What's up, everybody? We are back for some more Through the Breach. This time around, we're playing through One Night at the Star, which is the newest Penny Dreadful one-shot at the time of recording. So that's very exciting, and in addition, this adventure features a cameo from a character called Shadowlark, who's brand new to the game from Ashes of Malifaux. She's not in the story for very long, but we got a little preview and look at her character before the book was even out. So keep an eye out for that. And on the subject of celebrity guest appearances, this game is going to feature several players who you might know from different places. But normally in this series, the players are just folks from the community who have expressed an interest in playing Through the Breach. So if you would like to play with us, then head on over to the Discord linked in the description and check out the announcements tab. Everybody's welcome. You don't have to have any experience. Just head over to the Discord and let us know that you're interested in playing. While you're here, don't forget to like and subscribe, and consider sharing the video with some folks who you think might like it, or some folks who you want to get into Through the Breach. Check out the links in the description for the merch store, the Weird Affiliate link, as well as the Patreon. Patrons to this channel actually get priority access to the RPG session, so if you would like to play with us a lot, then consider supporting the channel over there on Patreon. But now let's get into the game. So let's start with some introductions, and we'll kick it off with Brandon.
Oh my gosh. Hello, I'm Brandon. I'm from the Danger Planet. You may have heard of it. We are, I don't know, plug-wise, we're doing a tournament in Boston in July. It's going to be wild. We're doing a bunch of crazy videos about the new book that dropped recently. Those should be up soon, if not before this video goes live. And in general, we just like being nerds on the internet. That's great. I will be playing Kieran Cooper, who is sort of a card. He is sort of the consummate, I guess, thief and lowlife, and has fallen on such hard times by being extracized or sort of cast out from pretty much any legitimate sorts of work in the area that Eclipse Consulting is the only gig that he has been able to have a second shot at. And so on his second adventure out, he'll be trying to be less of a jerk. That's what I got. I mean, he's like all right, but and coward, thief and coward. That's what I meant to say. Low life thief and coward. Kieran Cooper, tragic backstory. Not a great
I
dude.
usually put these out on a significant delay because they take forever to edit, so I can't promise this will be up before that tournament, but I'll make
In
I
July?
have already made and will make more posts about it, so everybody will know. It's fine.
Oh my gosh, wild. Well, if
I'm like 7
congrats,
episodes behind right now.
congratulations to Landon or Haku, whichever one. No, okay, it's fine. Okay, that's all I got. Thank you for listening. I'm Brandon.
How about you, Doug?
Well, I was going to talk about my tournament in June, but now
I will
maybe I'm
also
not
make
gonna.
sure I post lots about your tournament so everyone knows.
Hi, I'm Doug from Steam Powered Scoundrels, a Malifaux podcast, and the Artifactors Union, a Malifaux YouTube channel. Podcast, YouTube. I am running a charity tournament called Good Things Happen at the end of June. We'll be raising money for a couple children's cancer charities. And you've heard of my stuff at this point by now. I'm everywhere, so I don't need to keep repeating who I am.
What about your character?
Right, I'm playing a character this time around. I am playing Maxwell Kelly, a hypnotist that's made his way to Malifaux for, we'll say, mysterious reasons, along with someone else. But he is working for Eclipse Consulting because he always enjoys a little bit of extra script. That means nicer clothing for him, and Eclipse doesn't mind the fact that he can be just a little bit ruthless when it comes to doing his job, which is honestly probably more profitable for them than he does.
Yeah, we tend not to ask a lot of questions. So, and how about you, Vic?
I am Victoria, also from Steam Powered Scoundrels. I'm Doug's co-host, and then also the one who runs the Malifaux Port Authority. Um, besides the charity tournament coming up in June, I think that's it. I am also a sometimes guest on the Eternal Mooncast on Twitch.
Very cool. And your character?
My character is Calliope Kelly. She is married to Doug's character. She is a performer and kind of the face for Maxwell because he can be a little awkward socially. And she's working with Eclipse purely to support her husband.
Such a good wife. I love it. And how about you, Canary?
I'm Canary. I am a former freelancer for Weird Games. I wrote the adventures Bad Blood and Fire in the Sky, which is actually how I found the Defective Dice YouTube page. And I also run a role playing server at fallenash.com. And I am going to release a novel in the fall.
Ooh.
So there is quite a bit going on for me. I am playing Tui Hafan. She is a investigator who works for the guild from originally from Vietnam, and she uses completely normal and acceptable methods that no one would ever question. Why do you ask? She is with Eclipse to pick up a few extra script because, well, she is a bit on the lower rung of the totem pole in the guild at the moment, and a few extra bucks that people won't question wouldn't be a bad idea.
Excellent. Now, I have run into this in the past with Vietnamese names, but does your character go by Tui then, or is it
Yes.
on? Okay, it's Tui. Because I know they generally have their names, their surname first, I think. If I'm right.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Usually that's true. In this case, she is uh, using Western order because she is around a bunch of Western people most of the time.
That makes sense. Perfect. All right. Very cool. So this time around, you have, well, several of you are fresh recruits, but Eclipse Consulting has sent you on a job to the Star Theater in downtown Malifaux. And one or two of you might find it strange that I suppose out of character, might find it strange that your character would be sent to work at a place like the Star Theater. But let's just say that there are things going on behind the scenes, and maybe some people were lied to about it. But anyway, you all find yourselves meeting up at the Star Theater early in the morning on a weekday. And you first were told to meet up with your kind of colleagues around the corner before making your way over to the theater itself. So we will pick up where the four of you meet up just around the corner in the sort of ritzy and fancy area of downtown Malifaux.
Mm.
So I think I don't know how early Kieran would get to the location that we're supposed to meet, but you almost certainly can tell as he's coming in if you're there first or as you're showing up. He does not belong in this area. He's wearing Adventure E gear, but it's ragged and worn through, and he's definitely very down on his luck, looking forward presenting. But he'll just sort of, hands in his pockets, leaning up against something, trying to look cool, but failing.
Let's say, yeah, Maxwell and Calliope will arrive at the same time. Maxwell is looking pretty average and not out of place in downtown Malifaux. A decent suit and bow tie. If you were more of a fashionable expert, you'd be able to tell that his clothes aren't the most expensive. And he is not fond of making eye contact all that often unless he's forced into a conversation. He has a bit of hematochromia, which is distracting for people.
Tui would arrive probably last, and she's dressed in a combination of a more loose traditional jacket over a button down shirt and tie, a suit kind of thing. She stands out a little bit just because she's dressed a little unusually, but the quality of the outfit makes it blend in a little more just because it's not particularly high quality or low quality. It's generic. She is also not wearing any official insignia or anything. So, as far as anyone here and anyone on the street knows, she's just a private citizen.
Yeah, I'll say that any of you who are not dressed particularly well, the folks in downtown Malifaux don't quite jeer at you, but they certainly you attract some subtle looks, and it's clear that there's sort of a culture and atmosphere in the area that you may not be super comfortable or fit in well in. But the four of you were each told who to look for in terms of the other Eclipse employees, so you're able to identify each other fairly easily either way. What about Calliope? How is she dressed?
Calliope is dressed a little bit more flashy than Maxwell is, just as kind of a screen to keep people's attention off of him and his face. Um, her clothes aren't like super high quality, but they definitely cost money. Um, and as far as the people around, she seems really comfortable in this atmosphere and even like gives little friendly nods to some people as they walk past.
All right, so Calliope is having a good old time. She fits right in this environment. Do you have anything to? I'll presume that with the exception of Calliope and Maxwell, that the rest of you have not met. So, when you approach each other, anything in particular you want to discuss, or is it getting right down to business?
Max will go ahead and shake the two strangers' hands. Say hello. Maxwell Kelly, I believe you're also working for Eclipse, correct?
That's right. Kieran, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
Tui would shake his hand. Tui Han. Yeah, I'm also working for Eclipse. Pleased to meet you.
I think Kieran would try and like tip his hat a little bit in sort of an awkward way. Um, Pretty sure that's what I'm supposed to do. And reach a hand out to Calliope.
Hi, I'm Calliope Kelly. You've met my husband.
Just now.
Yes.
So might as well not stand out here in the cold. Why don't we head over?
Sounds much preferable to standing around out here. It's getting quite cold.
I don't appreciate the looks. Kieran, looked around at maybe three or four people, just sort of like awkwardly glancing at him, um, fighting the urge to tell him to piss off.
All right, so you all turn and head the block or two over to where the Star Theater proper is. Rhythmic hammer strikes and the staccato of saws echoes down the street as you approach the Star Theater. Before you, construction workers bustle around the exterior, carrying tools and lumber, while a construct with a saw blade expertly cuts planks into shape. Entering through the double doors leads you to the lobby, which is covered in long sheets of burlap to prevent accidental damage to the floor and walls. Even while covered, the magnificence of the new theater shines through. Furnishings of dark wood mingle with gilt-framed posters of shows long past. As you marvel at the lush surroundings, a woman dressed in breeches, tall boots, and a blouse descends down a nearby staircase. Her face flashes with a showman's smile as she takes you in. Ah, all my eager applicants here at last. Do come in, but watch out for the workers. We're on a tight schedule as it is. Without wasting time, she draws you in deeper into the unfurnished theater, deftly dodging loose planks and carried glass panes as she goes.
Interesting.
Remodeling?
It sounds like they're rebuilding.
I will say that most of you would, anybody who's spent any significant time in the city would be aware, on account of the sort of how famous the Star Theater is, that there was an incident not too long ago, a few months back, where part of the Star Theater was actually destroyed, and it's now being rebuilt.
What do we know about the incident?
Well, so that's going to take us out of the prologue. So before we get to that, why doesn't everybody draw their hand of cards? You get 3 to start, and you would normally lock in your pursuits at this point, but if you just built your character, you'll already know the pursuit.
I took the Great Fate talent, so I'm drawing 4.
Excellent. Brandon, so I guess you'll have a choice of pursuit since you're on step 1 already.
Yeah, I'll continue along Huckster.
All right.
So I should be on. Am I on step 2 now, or am I on step 1?
You should have unlocked step 1,
Yeah,
so you're on step 1. Yeah, you'll unlock step 2 at the end of this.
amazing.
Yep. Okay, so Doug, why don't you have Maxwell give me a history check? Target number 11.
No. Am I using Vassal for this?
So the
Oh,
fate,
okay.
so just to clarify for everybody, the fate deck in Vassal you should have open. That's where we're going to do all the flipping, and then your cards will just be for cheating, and you'll draw cards out of your deck in front of you, and that's just going to be on the honor code because I can't see them.
Okay. That's probably not
Oof.
happening. Double check my history. Yeah, it's a 4.
A 4. So you're only vaguely aware of what actually went on. You've seen
Well,
a few newspaper articles. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't suppose I'd be able to assist on that.
Sure. I think you guys would have probably had conversations about it if either of you knew about it and might share the knowledge. How many ranks do you have?
I have 3.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so I think what was your total before, Doug? I'm sorry.
4, so it'd be a 7 now.
7. Okay, so that's at least not a margin of failure. Yeah, so you were aware, like most of the residents of the city, that this incident happened. It was sort of big news at the time, and there was some controversy over exactly the nature of the damage, where some people blamed it on poor security by the guild, and other people blamed it on terrorists, and it wasn't exactly clear what the cause of the incident was, but the long and short of it was that part of the building was destroyed, and now they've sort of been in this process of rebuilding, and there is soon to be a grand reopening.
Can I notice anything about the nature of the damage just by observing what I can see?
Not at this point. Just taking a quick look around, and you don't really need to have a check. It's fairly clear that what you're looking at is the new facade. You don't really see any of the damaged parts of the building.
Probably hidden behind the burlap.
Right. Well, not even that. Like, it looks like it's pretty close to a situation where they might be ready to reopen. You're kind of standing in this lobby area, and it looks, aside from the sort of construction materials and the people milling about, it looks like it's kind of coming around to the point where you can't really tell that there was any damage to the building. Quite a bit of it was replaced already.
All right, thanks.
As you enter into the theater's grandiose main chamber, your eyes are drawn to a frazzled-looking woman trying to speak over the backdrop of construction. She gesticulates wildly to nearby workers to emphasize some point, doing her best to keep everything moving as she begins hastily walking towards you. "Oh, Colette, are these the extras?" she asks. Your guide smiles. "They are. I'd like to introduce you all to the Star's stage manager, Edith Velez. You'll be working closely with her for the next few days while the performers and I finish finalizing the routine for opening night." And with that, she quickly kind of fades into the noise of the background and walks off, leaving you with this Edith Velez.
The Colette?
The Colette.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Oh dear.
I wasn't nearly as nervous as I should have been.
Oh my.
So Edith is going to make
Gosh.
a kind of sly smile as the realization dawns on all of you. "Yes, Miss Du Bois is very hands-on when it comes to the goings-on around here. If you're looking to get an autograph, you better go grab her now. She's probably not going to be available much in the next few days."
Fuck it.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
Who's that then?
I'm gonna go get an art.
Kieran will sort of look confused and I guess pull out a piece of paper and hand it to Edith. Your autograph, and I don't know who he feels the most comfortable with, but whoever's standing there, I think he'll like sort of step back and be like, "Is Edith well known?"
No, Colette, the woman who was guiding us.
Oh,
Oh, there. This way.
Oh, right. I awkwardly take the pen and paper from Edith.
Edith's gonna kind of, when you go to give it to her, she's gonna kind of push it back towards you and point in the direction that Colette walked off in. "No, Colette Dubois, dear.
Right.
I'm sure you've heard of her."
No, I definitely have. Yeah. She's very famous. I'm just quite nervous. Meeting somebody so famous for what it is that she does. I'll be right back, Edith. Pleasure. Lovely to meet you. And he'll follow. to go get an autograph.
Okay, did anyone immediately turn to go after Colette when they heard her name?
Yes.
Okay.
Maxwell wouldn't have, but you probably nudged Calliope at least.
Calliope's busy physically vibrating.
I guess we're not getting we're not getting an autograph then. That's fine.
Let's see. Canary, why don't you give me an acrobatics check? Let's see how quickly you're able to vault over a couple of chairs and get over to the door that Colette seemed to have exited through. Let's make it
Oh
a
boy.
target number 8.
Okay. Not quite. Oh well.
You want to cheat?
Screw it. Yeah. I'll cheat for this, dang it. I cheated in 11 Rams.
All right. What does that put your total at with your acrobatics?
12.
Excellent. So, hearing the name and obviously recognizing it as she is arguably the most famous person in all of Malifaux, you immediately dash in the direction that you saw her go. And she seems to have gone off to one of the side hallways through a set of double doors that look like they're pretty much completed in their construction. You push your way through the door and find her walking up a flight of stairs talking to an assistant.
Pardon me, Miss Dubois.
Yes, dear. She's gonna kind of turn around and she's like holding up the bottom of her pants as she's walking up the stairs, kind of awkwardly, but she will turn and smile when she sees you.
I apologize for interrupting, but could I grab a quick autograph from you?
Oh, of course. You should have said something. And she's gonna hurry back down the stairs. Are you offering her something to sign?
A piece of paper, I imagine. Or actually, since she knows of Colette and is so enthusiastic, she probably has a playbill from a previous performance. So she'll hand that to her.
Okay. She will produce a pen seemingly out of thin air with a little flourish of her hand, and she will sign a big fancy Colette Dubois and then like a little heart underneath it and hand it back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Dubois.
So as Kieran's sort of rushing, putting two and two together, figuring out that maybe I can take this autograph and sell it. I don't think I have anything super handy on me, and I have like maybe some paper, but do I see anything on the ground that I might be able to grab to have her sign? Like random paraphernalia, even if with footprints?
I will say that closer to the stage, so in the opposite direction of the way you have to walk, there are some playbills that look like they're for some upcoming performance.
Nope, there's no time. I'll get whatever I can. And you can see Kieran sort of move as he gets closer and is taking his time to figure out what this is, begin to move with much more purpose.
Okay. So I'll say that you barge through the door just as Colette's finishing up the signature, and you find the three of them standing there. And she's gonna look up at you a little bit surprised.
Sorry to intrude, Miss. But I'm sort of a fan. And I'll just like sort of awkwardly hand out like a crappy pencil and just whatever pocket paper I had.
She's gonna give you a little wink. Of course, dear, anytime. And she's gonna take a look at the piece of paper you're handing her and notice that it's a little bit unpresentable, let's say. And she's going to, without taking it from you, she's going to reach her hand down and touch part of her pants where there does not appear to be a pocket. And when her hand comes back up, she's got a business card in her hand. And she's going to sign that and hand it to you. And then blow you a little kiss.
Kieran is visibly flustered. There's a reason you're the best in the industry.
You notice that in spite of the fact that she's in like worker clothes, like she's not dressed up in any particular way, you notice that the business card has a fairly distinct smell to it of perfume that's quite pleasing.
I will tuck it away in like his front pocket,
Oh,
shirt
lucky.
pocket. Thank you, ma'am. I'll make sure this stays in a nice place.
Definitely not going up on eBay, for sure.
Um,
Do
And,
do Maxwell and Calliope catch up then? How do you-
Uh,
Maxwell would not be able to keep his composure around Colette, so he's not going to risk it.
Okay.
I think to Calliope, like chasing after her to get an autograph reads as really desperate. And I don't think she wants Colette to see her as desperate.
We're both going to stand around trying to act very not disappointed.
So Edith will give you both sort of sympathetic looks as she sees that you're clearly recognize the name and have some feelings about it, but don't go to secure the autograph or a more proper introduction. But soon you are rejoined by your companions as Colette goes about her business.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine.
sorry for the interruption, Ms. Edith. I just a big fan of general contractors, so Colette's in charge, and
That's the logic.
Kieran will sort of look around as people are giggling, and what is because she's in charge of the repair, obviously.
Uh,
She's in charge of the whole theater, hun.
Oh,
she's the star.
shit! I should have asked for two. Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry. Early morning. Had a rough night.
You're not selling it, dude.
Would you describe Kieran as like a lovable buffoon or more of a scoundrel?
I think I would say like 50-50.
Okay.
I think it depends on the day.
Give me a bewitch check.
Ooh.
Target number 9.
Well, that's not good.
It's a scoundrelly day.
Well, I have +2 because I have 1 rank. No triggers. Yeah, I'm not gonna cheat for this.
Okay. So Edith is gonna kind of watch this whole exchange, and she seemed like she was a fairly good natured person, but the longer this goes on, you kind of see her eyes start to roll, and she's puts her hand on her hip and kind of breathes deeply. Are we ready to get back to business here, or?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Of course. Yep.
Yes.
All right, very good. Now, we are looking for some extra help around the place. We are getting ready for an upcoming performance. It's going to be the grand reopening of the theater, and she kind of motions to the stage behind her and some of the kind of workers that are milling about. There's been some unfortunate events that have been happening over the course of the last couple of weeks, and we decided to pull in some extra folks just to try to make sure everything goes a little bit more smoothly, if that makes sense.
What kind of incidents?
Oh, just mostly the typical accidents that you might expect in a situation like this, but at first it was just one or two things. Eventually it started building up to the point where we started suspecting something else might be going on. And we have no evidence of foul play. I don't want to alarm any of you, but we just need a few extra pairs of hands and sets of eyes to make sure things go smoothly.
Alarm, just curious. What kind? You said it was a couple of small things, but what happened? What were they, and what happened later?
Little injuries, people dropping things, breaking equipment, things going missing. We've had a few people quit over the kind of getting upset over the whole thing. We've been in a rush to get back in a position where we can reopen for shows, and that's put a little bit extra stress on all of us.
You think the rushing could be the reason why there's more accidents than normal?
I think it's not helping, but that's why we're hoping that with you folks giving us a hand, we can make the deadline. Only a few more days before the reopening performance.
So what in particular is it that you're trying to have us do? Are we gonna do physical labor? I mean, I'm pretty handy with a hammer, but are you do you want us to just watch things? Are you looking
Well, honestly,
involved?
there's a variety of things that we're looking for. We could use an extra hand with some of the more difficult tasks, making sure that some of the construction gets done quickly. But mostly, we're just looking for help leading up to opening night and then on opening night, just making sure things go smoothly. You know, keep an eye out on the crowds, making sure everybody's behaving. Maybe some help behind the scenes with the equipment and some of the stage hands.
So grunt work and security. That's what you're looking for.
Well, I wouldn't put it so crudely. Anyone who has a little bit of a more artistic eye could certainly be useful to us as well. Do any of you have any experience with stage work?
I'll pop on with the grunt work and security.
She's gonna. You can see the slight frustration on her face as you continue to interject.
Yes, my wife and I should be able to help with the stage work.
Excellent, wonderful news. She's gonna turn to Twee. Any particular skills that you have that might be helpful?
Give me just a second to look over what skills I do have. Well, I'm good at finding things and reading people, so keeping an eye on things during the show would be up my alley, but in between there, mm,
That's wonderful, dear. I'm sure we can find a use for you.
my skills more lie in looking for things.
Always a useful skill to have. You sound like the perfect group for what we're looking for. We can pay 10 script after opening night, assuming things go well. But we'll need to get you guys some training before that.
Now, my good Edith. Surely you can do a little better than 10. I mean, we're from the esteemed Eclipse consulting firm. You know, obviously you contacted us for a reason.
Give me a barter check, target number 9 with a negative twist.
Yeah,
Ooh, nice.
that'll do. So barter, I'm at +6, so 16.
Well,
Um,
apparently that's your jam.
this I'd like to think, you know, this is the illustrious Star Theater. Of course, you can afford to pay us more than this paltry sum.
I considered giving you a double negative for forgetting Eclipse's name because I thought that was funny, but I didn't, and I clearly should have. She's gonna again kind of scrunch her nose up a little bit and her eyes kind of roll, but then she'll look back over at you. I'll tell you what, dear. Assuming that everything goes well after the grand opening, I'll discuss it with Miss Dubois, and if you all do a great job, then we'll consider throwing in a little bonus.
I'm sure we will. You know, we do excellent work, the four of us. Been together for years now.
I'll take my bonus and tickets if you wouldn't mind.
She's gonna give you a broad smile. I'm sure we can discuss something along those lines if that's what you like.
So you were saying about training?
Yes, let's have a look around. I'll show you around the theater, and then once that's done, we can decide where each of you should be most useful.
Lovely.
Sounds good.
We'll start here in the theater. It's the heart and connects almost everything at the Star, so you'll likely be here at some point no matter where you end up. So looking around this room, it's a fairly large auditorium. You can see over in the distance there's an elevated stage that you notice there's like a series of gears and mechanical workings underneath they're mostly hidden, but you can kind of see through some of the cracks and you can tell that there's more to the stage than just a platform. To either side of the stage, there's orchestra pits, one on the left, one on the right, so that they're sort of out of the way and not as visible or blocking the performers. And then in the front, there's this sort of standing area that she explains is kind of for the cheap tickets, where folks don't even get a seat, but they want to kind of make it inclusive for folks who can't afford it. Then there's sort of rising rows of benches that go back to the back wall. And then above it, she'll point out that there are sort of box seats, 3 on each side for the especially rich people.
It's quite the setup they have.
What are, if you don't mind me asking, what are all the gears for?
Ah, the stage. Well, you see, our performances are quite involved and complex, and we have a few secrets built into some of the equipment to provide for a more exciting experience for the viewers.
So stage effects type of thing.
Exactly, and the stage can even move if we need it to. We can reconfigure it based on the performance.
Now, are each of these areas, do they come out somewhere? Is there like a central tunnel or like backstage?
What areas are you referring to?
Just like where, is there not like doors, or are they more like passages, or surely actors hang out there. My concern, mostly is, is this somewhere that somebody might be able to hide? Like, you've mentioned that things were going missing, or
Like under the stage or something like that?
yeah.
There's an entrance to the backstage area around there, and she kind of points to the side of the stage, as well as a few dressing rooms and things back there. But that's generally restricted to employees only. We'll get there in the tour, certainly.
Right, right.
Well, I imagine that there's trapdoors and things to like elevate actors onto the stage, but since they'd be used that frequently and move around so much, I doubt someone would be able to easily hide under there without getting noticed.
Well, when the theater's in operation, right? So if it's been,
Yeah.
or these tunnel, the backstage areas are regularly checked while you're undergoing construction, I assume.
Of course, and Miss Dubois and myself and our other trusted members of our staff come and go constantly. It would be very difficult for someone to hide out in a place like that. And as I said, we've conducted an extensive investigation to try to rule out foul play as a possibility. Seems like we're just having a run of bad luck.
Yeah. Or you're haunted.
For the first time, she's going to give a slight smile to your comment. Not the first time she
Yes.
smiled. The first time she smiled at you.
We've done it. We're breaking through Edith's harsh exterior.
If you don't mind me asking again, what is your lighting system like?
We've got a series of spotlights up in the rafters. She's going to point and up across the very top of the room. It's difficult to see because of the harsh lighting, but there is a catwalk that goes from the stage back to closer to the box seats. It's a metal catwalk that's all the way up in the ceiling, and hanging down from it are a series of spotlights that are mostly pointed at the stage, but some of them are pointed around the room to give people more illumination for whatever they're working on.
Now,
Oh,
would you
boy.
want any help with those? It's sort of my specialty now when I'm not attempting to entertain people.
I'm not sure we'll need any particular help setting them up, but certainly wouldn't be a bad thing to have them looked at and make sure they're all in working order. Could be helpful.
Question, real quick, what year is it?
That's a great question. And the answer is sometime in the late 1900s.
I was just curious because The Phantom of the Opera was published in 1909.
On it, you know what? It would be right around that time. It's very hard to pin down a specific date, but
Oh
we're right
no.
there.
Is this the Phantom of the Opera? Are we in it?
Do you want to say
Is there a
it?
chandelier? Hold on. Is there a chandelier?
There's not.
Okay.
In this room.
Dun dun dun.
So after you all discuss some of the workings of the main room, she's gonna again kind of usher you towards the pretty much back in the direction that you came, towards the sort of lobby area, but you're gonna go out a different door that leads to a staircase. And as she leads you, she's gonna say, "Let's go up and have a look at the box seats. This is where the very well-to-do folks come and sit."
All right.
Anyone with script to burn will get to watch from these little private boxes, 3 on each side, down from 5. Makes them more exclusive, you know? But I think you all deserve a look, Edith says, walking towards the stairs leading up to the boxes. So you find yourself in this kind of fancy hallway with lights up towards the ceiling on each side, and it's pretty lavishly decorated. Everything, there's kind of fancy wallpaper and decorations around, even though this appears to be a fairly secluded area of the theater.
I'm curious, do you have any... I assume if they have script to burn, some of them have season tickets. So I was curious if you have any regulars to these box seats.
We used to certainly have folks who would show up for shows fairly regularly, but it's been several months since we've been able to put on a show, so I can't say that we know exactly who to expect.
Fair.
But did you have some sort of reservation system or season pass for these? Particularly with your reduction of the boxes, did you have any that you had to cancel?
No type of season pass. The tickets are sold per show, and whoever purchases them first will be in attendance.
And when have the tickets for the production in a few days gone on sale yet, or are those expected to go on sale later on?
Oh, of course, the show's already sold out.
You don't have anyone that's been particularly anxious to um, get involved in purchasing a ticket that's maybe been turned down.
My dear, everyone in the city is particularly anxious to come see a show at the Star.
Right, but you don't have anybody that's been turned down and was perhaps vocal about their upset.
No, anyone who doesn't get access to the first show will certainly pay a premium to buy a ticket from someone else, or they'll have to wait until the next show.
We're so lucky to be able to get to see it because being a security.
So with that, she's going to pull out a ring of keys as you get to the top of the staircase, and she's going to pick one of the keys out and put it into the lock of the first door. The luxury boxes were some of the first things that got furnished, so they haven't been touched in quite some time. They're not normally locked, but Colette figured it would be a good idea to make sure that... Huh? Edith's brow furrows, and she tries turning the key a few more times before pulling it out and looking at you in confusion. Why isn't the key working?
Because someone changed the lock.
She's going to start just kind of cycling through the keys on the ring, trying each of them in turn. And after none of them work, she's going to turn back in your direction. Seems that somebody might be playing a little joke on us here.
May I give it a try?
Oh, sure, be my guest. Just please be careful.
Yeah, of course. I am going to turn to the lock and kind of block off view of what I'm doing with my body as I pick it.
Okay. Why don't you give me a target number 14 lockpicking check?
Oh, okay, that's gonna be rough. But I have a good twist deck I have a good hand right now. So. Oh, that's really good. I think I actually made it. So what was it? 16 you said?
14.
14. I just made it.
Nice. Wow, okay. So you
Just needed a little jiggering.
so you start fiddling with it, and you find that it's a fairly fancy lock. It's not the type of lock that you would usually see on any old door, but having quite a bit of experience doing this, you manage to hit all of the little pins, and soon there's a little click as the lock turns, and you're able to open the door. And Edith's face is gonna light up. Oh, wonderful! I'm not sure how you did that, but that's excellent. Maybe it was just stuck.
Yeah, it was just a little stuck. Let's take a look.
So, peeking in the door, you see this elevated area with a spectacular view of the stage, and it's got several cushioned chairs, like little love seats, as well as almost like a sofa in the middle. And you immediately notice that on the floor is a loose piece of paper. And looking closer at it, you can see that it's actually a ripped ticket for a previous show.
Joey would pick it up and take a look. What show was it, and how long ago was it?
So it doesn't necessarily identify the show, but it does tell you the date, and the date coincides with the last show that the theater put on the night of the accident when that sparked the remodel. Edith will actually look at it as you pick it up, and she will kind of get a puzzled look on her face.
Oh, well, isn't this interesting?
That was the night of the incident. It must
Indeed it
be part of
was.
the joke here. I'm gonna have to speak to some of the work crews.
Edith, may I take a look at some of the other locks on the other box seats and see if they're similar?
Sure, yeah, they should all be
The
just the
same?
same as this. But she'll lead you
I'm
out
curious.
and further down the hallway. There's 2 more doors. Each of them turns out to also be locked, but with a little bit of jiggering and having gotten the feel for how the locks work, you're able to open them. But inside you find that they are furnished more or less identically, but you do not find anything else strange or misplaced.
And are the locks exactly the same as that one?
Yeah, they're the same type of lock for sure, yeah.
Okay.
Is Edith going to be insistent that we sort of keep all together, or can, while they're looking through, I take a more thorough search of this box, the first one that we went into?
She does not appear to be particularly vigilant about like hurting you all together, but so if you want to stay behind, you can.
I would love to. Yeah, I think the first box that we went in with the ticket's a little suspicious, so I'd like to poke around under chairs and stuff and see if there's anything else amiss or interesting.
Okay, give me a target number 7 notice check.
If only we could brush for fingerprints.
Ooh, that's a 6. I will cheat a 7 of masks.
Just
So
a
I'll
quick
have
note, because I like to remind people of this, and I forgot to at the beginning, but make sure everybody's aware of what your on the pursuit is that lets you draw new cards, because that'll be important if you fail certain types of duels.
Yeah, buddy. I don't think that I remember what mine is, but yeah, I'll cheat in. I'll cheat in a 7 to get up to a 9.
Okay. So while Twee is looking over the other box seats and checking to see if there's anything amiss, you take a more thorough look around this room and kind of peek under the couches and pull them out and look behind and see if there's anything else strange about. And you find that the place looks spotless. It really does look like it just got sort of furnished and then was left untouched in the meantime, with the exception of obviously the ticket stub. What are Maxwell and Calliope doing as they are going about this?
Maxwell will be very kindly asking Edith if you could elaborate on what happened that fateful night.
She's going to sort of keeping an eye on Twee, and just out of curiosity, seemingly, she's gonna respond to your question. Well, you must have read about it in all the newspapers. It was sort of the talk of the town for quite a while there. But it seems there was some sort of disturbance. I wasn't present for it at the time, but there was some sort of disturbance that turned into basically a riot, if I can be so bold.
Why would a riot break out? That doesn't make much sense.
I agree. Certainly, it's unusual. Normally, our clientele are the peaceful type, and even when we have less, some of the more kind of seedy elements of the city in attendance, there's usually security to deal with them. It seems the guild was not up to the task that night, and things got out of hand. But not to worry. We aren't expecting anything like that ever again in the future. We're taking precautions.
Well, I imagine you didn't expect it before that.
No, but now we know what to look out for. She's going to give a little wink.
What do we look out for? It's going to be part of our job, is it not?
Exactly. That's why we have you here. The extra eyes, keeping a lookout on the crowd and making sure that nothing happens that's unexpected.
Do we know how or where the riot started?
It's hard to say. The chaos of the night was such that no one's really sure exactly how it started. But it seems that, if I can speculate, it seems that a small disturbance turned into more of a disruption, and people just started joining in, and eventually most of the guests who were in attendance were participating in the violence.
Does it seem like she's holding back information on us?
Give me a target number 8 scrutiny check.
May I also make that check?
Sure. Let's do Doug first, then.
Do you want me to abstain because I'm
Yeah, you're not listening to this conversation.
cool?
That's right on the button.
All right. And Canary, you want to do it as well?
Yep. You said target 8?
Yep.
Scrutiny?
Scrutiny, yep.
So yeah, I also made it.
What was that total?
8.
All right, 8 and an 8. So you both get the sense that you don't get the sense that she's deceiving you. You get the sense that she's being honest, but you get the sense that she's sort of trying to sell it as being a little bit less intense than it was. Like she's trying to kind of downplay the situation to make you feel better almost.
Oh, that makes me feel worse.
I can't help but think though, like the place had to rebuild. So I get was there an explosion or something? What was the damage just inside from the riot or was some of the wall taken out?
My understanding is that part of the seating actually collapsed. There was no explosion per se, but the part of the stage as well as some of the seating areas were actually caved in, and it just was a good opportunity to remodel the place anyway. The building was getting old.
Caved in, huh? Interesting.
Sorry, was that a joke?
What?
The buildings was getting old. All the buildings like have been here before mankind was. At least that was my understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know if she was actually making a joke or not.
Well, I'll say that she wasn't laughing.
Okay, then he's gonna awkwardly laugh and realize it wasn't a joke, and then just hide his face slightly.
Okay. Yeah, so as that's going on, Tui kind of takes a quick once over the other 2 boxes on this side and doesn't find anything unusual. At the same time, Kieran finishes his sweep of the first box and also does not find anything else unusual.
Okay. Interesting.
Shall we go take a look at the catwalks while we're up this way?
Absolutely.
Lights.
I think we can spare a few minutes and go up, if you aren't afraid of heights, that is.
Not at all.
So she takes you up into a side door that leads to a little ladder, and climbing the ladder, you find yourself on a metal platform that leads back into the sort of main area. And you can tell that this walkway goes all the way to the stage and then back behind the stage even. And all along it, there are lights on either side that are attached to this catwalk that shine down on different parts of the main room.
Is there anything unusual that we can see up here?
No, everything looks like it's in pretty good working order. You see that all of the lights are on and shining brightly. And the platform seems pretty stable, so you guys walk out onto it and you to get a kind of better look.
None of the ropes on the sandbags are frayed or anything like that.
Nope, everything looks good.
Using electrical lights?
Yes.
Okay.
So as you get closer to the stage, you notice that one of the lights further along makes like a slight creaking sound, and then you see the light kind of sweep across the room as it tips, and then suddenly breaks free and falls down towards
Holy.
the stage.
Am I back with everybody at this point?
Yeah, you're all up there.
Can any of us try to catch the cord since it would have one?
It's a little too far away from you at this point for you to have
Darn.
any hope of grabbing it, but you do notice that where it's falling, there are people standing on the stage, milling about, doing their work. And
I
they're
think the
looking-
second it starts falling, Kieran would
Yeah,
scream.
look out!
Yeah, something to that effect. Like, hey, watch out, heads up.
Okay, so why don't one of you give me either an intimidate or leadership? I think a leadership check makes more sense in this case.
Ah, shoot.
Go ahead, Doug.
No, I was just going to take that intimidation flip.
Well, if you'd like to tell me what you're trying to do, then maybe, yeah.
I mean, he would also scream. Well, if we're doing an intimidate, move out of the way if you want to live. In his like most commanding voice possible. But yeah, I was just waiting for my turn to say he would also shout at the people. He wouldn't even know if there was people down there. He'd just instinctively shout.
Yell. Yeah. What about Calliope? Does she have any reaction to this?
I mean, she'd also scream. I don't know if she would get words out, but
Okay. All right, let's do this. Either Brandon or Canary take a leadership check and the other can assist, and then Doug and Vic, you guys can do an intimidate check and the other can assist.
I have 0. Literally 0.
I have
yeah.
-1.
I'll take the check.
Remember that when you assist, you're adding only your ranks in the skill, which can work to your benefit depending on what your numbers are there.
Yeah, which is nothing. So yeah, I guess I'm not assisting.
Okay.
Right. So I'll just flip leadership.
Okay, to 12.
Well,
Nice.
hey.
All right, we nailed that one. How about Doug and Vic? Do you guys want to do intimidate for your just kind of screaming and?
Yeah, I'll flip intimidate.
I have no ranks in intimidate, so
I got this possibly. Oh yeah, that'll work. It's a 15.
All right, so immediately seeing what is about to happen, all of you call out at the same time, and instead of sort of interfering with each other's attempts to call out to these people who don't know what's about to happen to them, the concert of all four of you calling out at the same time immediately grabs all of their attention, and you see the people all turn, look up, and then scatter as this light comes crashing down, and you hear a big smash and a crunch as it collapses into itself when it hits the stage, and glass shards and metal bits kind of scatter around the stage, but everyone was far enough out of the way that no one catches any of it in their body.
Oh, thank goodness.
Well, Edith, I'd say our fee might have just gone up.
She's gonna kind of wipe her brow and turn and look at you. This is the type of bad luck I was talking about.
This is not bad luck.
Kieran would like to go investigate whether the light stand was manipulated in some way.
I would also like to look at that.
Blacksmithing for that or something along those lines, but engineering, I don't know.
I'll just rely on notice.
While they're doing that,
yep.
Maxwell will just go inspect the other lights, each one, give them a quick once over, make sure nothing else is going to fall on people.
Okay.
Calliope will help and look at the lights he's not currently looking at.
Okay. So none of you have to take any checks when you go and look at the other lights. All of them look to be in exceptionally good condition. They all appear to be quite new, and they're all attached to this catwalk fairly securely. You kind of jostle them around a bit just to see if any of them appear to be loose, and they all feel pretty tight. The wiring is all done up correctly. They all look like they've barely even been used. And when Kieran looks at the mount where the light that fell was previously attached, does not appear to be anything wrong with it. There's no sign that it was kind of sabotaged, and it doesn't look rusted or old. It all looks new and kind of on the up and up.
So, in other words, the mount should not have failed because it's fairly new and nothing was messed with.
Is it the sort that attaches via like a thread situation where it just was like threaded loosely and fell off, or was it did it like physically sever in some way?
It was threaded.
Okay, so literally this was loosened intentionally.
Yeah.
It's not clear.
I mean, it's clear to me.
Reasonable assumption.
Like I can't think of any other reason it would be like that unless someone really screwed up installing it, and they did not screw up installing the other lights in the same way. So I think it's fair to assume that it was loosened deliberately.
Edith, do you know who mainly works on the lights here? This does not to me look like it would be any sort of accident. It's not, there's no signs of damage. This was just misthreaded. So I'd really like to speak to whoever was the last person to service the lights, or whatever anyone who is up here.
She's gonna kind of look around at each of you and then down at the light again. I don't understand because no one's been up here in a while, and if there was something, if it had been sabotaged, you'd think it would have fallen out almost immediately if it wasn't screwed in properly.
Indeed, so it must have been sabotaged very recently.
Are
And
there
you said no one's
signs
been
of
up
any
here in a
sabotage?
while, so
We don't see any evidence of sabotage, but that doesn't mean necessarily that it screams to me like someone loosened it, expecting that this would happen eventually. I think it just seems coincidental that we're up here, or perhaps, us walking around near it caused this, because it was left teetering on the brink. But
Well,
it
not so
I'll
hard.
I'll,
that
it is this is
fall.
deeply troubling.
I'll certainly inquire with some of the other teams and find out if anyone's been up here, but I don't think anyone's been up here all day.
Mhm.
When are these lights new, or are these or I guess, yeah, I'll ask Edith. When were these lights put in? Are they new to the remodel, or were these the light systems that you were using before?
Yeah, they're all new. They were installed only weeks ago.
Interesting.
Well, I'll ask around and find out if anyone was up here, and I'll report back. But let's continue on with the tour. We have matters to attend to.
Yes.
So she's gonna lead you guys back the way you came, and back down the staircase and back into the main floor of the theater room. And as she's leading you closer to the stage, you are suddenly sort of interrupted by a loud conversation. You hear one worker mumble, and the others are complaining about tools going missing and injuries, and you're telling me that none of this is connected to what happened months ago? Before the other worker can respond, Edith loudly clears her throat, drawing their attention and causing the pair to scatter.
Edith,
Can we get a quick look at them to make sure to see what they look like so we can track them down later?
Yeah, I'll say let's give me a notice check, target number 8. Let's see how good of a look you get.
All right.
That's a pretty good look.
I
Boy,
know.
is it-
Apparently, I know. I not only noticed them, but able to assess what their height, weight, and size
Their
is
faces are seared into your brain.
Oh no!
permanently.
What was that? What's the total on that?
The grand total with my notice is 20.
All right, that's
Wild.
a margin. So I'm gonna say that your attention was immediately drawn to them when you heard them speaking as they were kind of coming through the door, and you looked at both of their faces. You got a pretty good look at them. You could kind of, at least give their basic stats, and certainly you're confident that if you saw them again, you would recognize them.
Mhm.
Edith, sorry to delay things a bit, but do you have a bathroom I might use? I've got a bit of a stomach issue.
Sure. Back out in the lobby, there's a restroom.
If you want to go ahead, I'd be happy to catch up. I just I'll be just a minute.
Sure, we'll make our way up to the stage and wait there for you.
Oh, wonderful! Thank you so much. I'm gonna literally find any human that seems to be working here.
Well, first
while
you're gonna
while
give
I'm
me a
not in line of
deceive
sight.
check.
Oh boy, am I!
Target number 9.
All right. Well, that'd be a 12.
All right.
And I have a crow trigger on deceive.
Wow.
Oh, I'm not going to do that though. We're not doing that. It's guys. He said it's not a real knife. If the target turns
dear.
their back to you, and you may draw a one-handed weapon and attack with 2+ flips.
Oh,
No,
God.
Well, that'd be one way to resolve this.
well, it's clearly Edith doing it, and I've decided already. So, combat.
There's precedent for this with your character. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean,
Always
look,
know about it.
I ask questions first and say, "Hey, look, guys, he said it's not a real knife." Second, okay. And so yeah, Kira, it's as she turns away immediately. I'll sort of slip out. I'm gonna try and do my best to if I don't see anybody immediately out, I might just strike up a I might stand outside for a minute and strike up a conversation with somebody in the back. But it's clear that the staff have some opinions, and I want to get to the bottom of this without Edith's interfering.
Okay. She is going to lead the rest of you up to the stage and sort of make small talk about how she's going to show you around backstage and show you some of their equipment and the props that they use to kind of get you familiar with the lay of the land.
Since we're on the stage, that means we're near the debris of the light, right? So while she's talking, I'll take a look at that.
Okay.
Just real quick.
There's already a few people who are cleaning it up, but they have
Mhm.
all of the stuff that they've already swept up in a little pail to the side, with some of the larger pieces of metal that were kind of the housing of the light in a little stack. But you can take a look through it. Anything in particular you're looking for?
Anything unusual, anything that indicates why it might have fallen, anything where the electrical wiring was maybe weird, or how it fell, or whatever I can find from the debris, I'm going to look for.
Okay. Why don't you give me an engineering check? Target
Ooh.
number 7.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. But we will see. Let's discard this and okay, maybe it will happen. So that's 11.
All right. I got to make these checks already. You guys just keep hitting all of them.
We're getting lucky.
So you start looking through the pieces there, and none of them. You don't have a particularly keen knowledge of things like this, but based on you kind of looking over the lights that are still attached, it looks pretty similar to the others. You can't find any evidence that anything had been broken. There's obviously, it's obviously broken now, so it's not especially easy to tell, but you don't see anything that indicates that it was sabotaged. There's no like cuts or anything like that, and all the wiring looks like it's all done properly. You don't see anything that kind of strikes you as unusual.
Okay.
What about Maxwell and Calliope? Are they doing anything in particular while we're hanging out on the stage waiting?
Calliope is probably like super starstruck to actually be on this stage. So she's just kind of like taking it in currently.
Okay, just getting the opposite view and seeing what it looks like from this angle, looking out over the invisible crowd.
Maxwell's taking the time to really ponder whether Kieran was joking about it being ghosts. Because that's not the weirdest thing to happen in Malifaux. It could very well actually be ghosts.
Yeah, it literally could. I was thinking about that too.
He'll also probably just wander over towards the broken light and see what he can see. Although he's actually probably more curious about how the spotlights actually function more than investigating the accident.
I mean, electric spotlights must be pretty rare, few and far between at this point in time, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the rich areas, they would be relatively common, but certainly if you're not from this part of town, that's definitely the case. I will say that you spend some time between looking over the lights up top, and looking over the pieces here. I will say that you get a pretty good understanding of how they work. So let's say that if you have to take a check on them later on for some reason, you can take a positive twist on the check.
Neat.
If it has something to do with how they work, or like whether they're in the appropriate condition or not. Like if you were checking to see if they were sabotaged again. That's specifically for Maxwell because he's got the expertise and interest in that aspect of it.
Mm.
So going back to Kieran, you head outside and there's still people kind of milling about everywhere, workers, and you see the construct out the front door that's still cutting up pieces of wood. And are you specifically going to question someone, or are you going to kind of try to listen in on conversations?
I think I don't want to be away too long, so I don't want to spend too much time just futzing about. I'm not going to the bathroom at all, but I will. I do want to see like some very aggressively blue collar person who's like doing work and maybe looks a little perturbed, if that's an option. And I'm just gonna cut to the chase when I get to him. I have a whole plan.
Okay. So I'll say that you see a guy over in the corner who had been carrying several large pieces of wood, and he looks like he just sort of put them down in a pile next to him abruptly, and is standing there, kind of leaning up against the wall, looking somewhat haggard.
Yeah. I will walk up to him. I think Kieran would offer him a sip of his flask, and just very sort of abruptly be like, "Hey, I'm sort of new here, about to take a job, but that light falling just really worried me, and everyone's saying that there's been some crazy stuff happening. Do you know what's up? Should I, you know,
What's
head
in the
out the door?"
flask?
Uh, some awful gut rot liquor
He's going
for sure.
to. At first, he looked quite angry that you were walking up to him and seemingly disturbing him, but as soon as he sees the flask, he's going to happily take it and take a swig of it. And where you might expect someone to grimace and be upset
Yeah,
having drank
no,
whatever this is, he appears to quite enjoy it and even goes back for
that
another little
sounds like a
pinch.
plus flip to me, bud.
He will immediately, as you ask your question, he will immediately kind of look over at you. You know, seems like the bad luck around here just keeps getting worse, huh? At least nobody got hit with the light. But
I mean, this time.
yeah, well, tell me about it. Things have just been getting worse over the last couple of weeks. We've lost a bunch of the best people on the team. Don't want to work around here anymore. But I got to tell you, it still beats working in the slums.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. But what started all of this? You know, I've heard bits and pieces, but
Oh, you know, tools breaking, people hammering their fingers by accident, even though they got experience with that type of thing.
that doesn't just happen though.
You're telling me it's the bad luck. We must be cursed or something.
But you know, there hasn't been like any weird people, any crazy. I mean, a couple people have said this had to do with the riots, but I don't see how bad luck could come from that.
I can't say I've seen anybody weirder than what you might be expecting in a place like this. All these rich folk with their fancy clothes and their
Yeah,
carriages.
fancy fucks.
He's got this like look of
Um,
disgust on his face as he says
Kieran joins him in that
it.
aggressively. Um, well, you think I should take it then? Don't be weirded out by this.
Listen, if you got the stomach for it, like I said, it pays better and it still beats working in the slums or, God forbid, out in the bayou or something crazy like that. At least there's no mosquitoes out here.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm Kieran, by the way.
Gonna give you a hearty handshake with his hands are quite calloused and large.
Yeah, mine are fucking not. But hopefully he won't hold it against me. Um, well, I'll catch you around. Do you guys have a pub you frequent after work?
Certainly not around here, but if you make your way out of downtown, we can kind of take a drink anywhere we can find one.
Yeah, I do. I do like making my way downtown. You know, walking fast. Okay, no. Yeah. Fair enough. I'll see what the old woman has us getting up to, and circle back.
Sounds good. Keep yourself safe back there.
Did I catch his name?
He didn't offer it unless you asked for it.
I'll ask for it. What was your name?
Roger, pleasure.
Roger. Nice to meet you.
He's
I'll head back.
gonna reach down with renewed gusto from the alcohol and pick up the bundle of wood that he was carrying.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, I'll head back in. I don't want to keep anybody waiting too much, but do I get a sense that he was reticent to sort of offer things, or do I think that he just doesn't know?
You got the sense that as soon as you handed him that alcohol, he just told you whatever you asked. He just kind of
Okay.
spilled it. Like he didn't seem like he was being cagey or was
Yeah,
shy to talk about it.
I plan on sharing this little escapade with the group as soon as Edith is out of earshot, but I'm gonna just walk into the bathroom real quick, wet my hands, and then head back.
Okay.
Gotta really sell it.
Yep. So you head back and you find them all standing up on the stage as promised.
Boy, sorry for the delay, folks. Got a bit of the stomach troubles.
Edith is gonna look around at the four of you, and then she's gonna motion to the curtain behind her. You all ready to go backstage and see where the real magic happens?
Ready as Royce.
Please.
Yes.
She's going to pull back the curtain in the middle and lead you all into the backstage area. From here, the performers can access the back of the stage and their dressing rooms. Quick costume changes, scenery shifts, prop exchanges, the whole shebang, she says, seemingly immune to the slightly chaotic mess behind the scenes. So similar to outside, you find that this area has lots of workers that are kind of tussling around. And towards the back, you see two doors on either side that appear to lead to dressing rooms. And the whole place is kind of filled with all sorts of strange props and things that look like they would be part of a stage show.
At this point, I'm feeling paranoid. So, do I see anything that looks like it might be kind of precarious or about to break, or anything that would lead to what happened backstage or on the catwalk to happen here somehow?
Let's do another notice check. Target number 8.
Okay. Got it with the card, but notice 15.
So you look around, and there's certainly things that don't look like, they'd be up to OSHA standards. There's stuff that's sort of just leaning up against walls, and there's some tools laying around, and things that look like they might be tripping hazards and stuff like that. But nothing looks like it's about to, explode or collapse or something along those lines. It kind of looks like a typical workspace that you might expect with the construction going on.
Okay. Interesting.
Suddenly, a string of colorful curses emerges from the far end of the dressing room. Edith winces at the vulgarity, but calls out, "How's it coming, Betty?" The clatter of a wrench is the only response before an aggravated sigh. "Same as before. I wish you'd get someone who knows these things a little better than I do to work on them. A woman, apparently Betty, stands up and walks towards you all. Grease covers one cheek, but she still moves with a performer's grace beneath the exhaustion and coveralls. She throws her chin up. "Any of you good with machines?"
I mean, maybe.
"Well, maybe's not nothing. Anyone else?"
Sorry, no.
Nope.
She's going to motion behind her where you see a mannequin that looks just like any old kind of clothing store mannequin. But you notice that it's got some pretty intricate looking clockwork engineering going on inside of it. And anyone familiar with the star would know that they have a reputation for their kind of impressive constructs. Been having a hard time with this one.
Huh.
Want to take a look at it?
Yeah, sure.
I can help out a little bit, but just with the metal part, not so much the mechanics.
All right, so let's have Maxwell take a target number 12 artifacting or engineering check, and Kieran can assist.
I got nothing. I just have blacksmithing. I don't have any
It's
art.
okay. You
artifacting
were
or-
emotional support.
Yeah. on a side note, does this mannequin look like it can really take a hit?
Yeah.
What's the TN?
12.
12. That is an 11. I'll go ahead and cheat in this 10 to make that 13.
All right, so you start looking over this construct, and having some experience in this area, you are able to work out some of the areas on the machine that sort of need a little bit of maintenance. It doesn't look like anything is like broken, but some of it needs to kind of be cleaned and oiled, and you're able to sort of show this Betty what needs to be done, and she kind of follows along and nods and smiles as you explain it all to her. "Oh, very good, very good. Okay, understood. I was being tutored on some of this stuff, but you're pretty good with this, huh?"
I'm okay. Most of my knowledge isn't with actual constructs, though, but apparently it was enough to help in this situation. Do you not have a mechanic on hand to do these sort of things?
Well, we had an artifactor who was the expert around here, but she quit after the incident.
Oh,
She
no.
kind of frowns a bit as she says incident.
But do you know what happened At this incident, everyone we've talked to was not present during it, and the only thing we've gotten is vague information, something about a riot. And I'm just dreadfully curious.
Can't say I know much more than what you just said, to be honest. It's a little bit confusing for all of us, I think. I don't think I've ever spoken to anyone who was here that night, but a riot is more or less how I'd characterize it.
Well, wasn't it during a performance?
Yeah, but none of the girls who were here that night seemed to know much of what happened anyway. And it seems that it wasn't a typical performance that night. There was some contracted act. I can't say I know much about it.
Do you
A
know who would?
contracted act, huh?
Yeah,
I
who's in charge of booking that sort of thing?
suppose Colette would know if you can manage to track her down.
Well, we saw her going upstairs before.
We gotta talk to Colette. Oh my god.
I mean, maybe we'll put that on the list of things to do as soon as we are free
Done
to
with
walk
our
about the
tour.
cabin. Yeah.
So Edith is gonna kind of walk back up beside all of you. Miss Twee, was it? Yeah.
Yes.
Could you do me a quick favor and run out to the lobby for me? I need you to find Zane. He's the bartender at the concession stand. Could you just bring him this? And she's gonna hand you a folded up piece of paper.
Sure.
We'll meet you back here in, let's say, 10 minutes.
Sure. Interesting.
Do you take the paper and go?
Yeah.
Do you immediately open and read the paper as soon as you're out of eyeshot?
Obviously. I'm an investigator. It's my nature.
Also,
I
while
can't
we're at
just
it,
let that go.
no, you definitely can't. Also, while we're at it, can I just say, Maxwell, you're a great mechanical assistant.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take all the puns and edit them out of the recording so that no one has to be subjected to this, just so you know.
Well,
Oh.
if I hide enough
I
of them
appreciate you.
in the material, thank you. Unless you're talking to Jeff, in which case,
No, I was talking to Jeff.
You'll just be silent. It'll be like a 3-player game because all you do is make puns and they'll all get edited out. You did this to yourself, though.
What are you gonna do?
I'm on a podcast with Roman. I need a break somewhere.
Roman's big in the puns too.
Yeah.
Amazing. You guys should not let us get in the same group
Really
chat.
It
It would probably. Oh man, I can't even imagine
would be the worst. Okay,
the anarchy.
so you, I suppose, step back out onto the stage area where you're out of eyeshot, and you're going to open the letter, yeah?
Uh-huh.
So you open this folded up piece of paper, and you find that written on it in handwriting are what appears to be several recipes for alcoholic beverages.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll run those over then.
Okay.
Carefully return the folded piece of paper to exactly the way it was before.
Okay.
But it's probably secret code. I feel
Oh
like it's
god, it
secret code.
probably is. Yeah, I'll take a closer look
All right.
to try and determine that.
Give me a target number 6 literacy check.
Okay. I think I made it. Thanks to Colette.
You flipped almost nothing but face cards. That's pretty crazy.
I do. That's pretty good. I'm getting good luck here. Literacy, you said, right?
Yes.
So that's 14.
All right. That's almost 2 margins. So you spend a moment kind of eyeing this up and trying to figure out what it could mean, because it's obviously suspicious that she sent you off on this task. And you spend a little bit of time kind of looking at each of them. It's got a list of ingredients and the kind of quantities. And the more you look at it, the more you're a little bit frustrated that you can't figure out if there's some like obvious thing to this. But you then notice that it all appears to have been written quite quickly. Like it was just kind of like jotted down casually. It doesn't look very deliberate. It's a little bit on the sloppy side. And that seems to indicate to you that maybe it is just what it looks like it is.
All right. Fair enough. Yeah, I'll go haul it over. And like I said, be very careful about rearranging it back into exactly the way she folded it before.
Okay. So no sooner does Twee walk back out onto the stage than Edith will kind of beckon you guys over to another door in the backstage area. Colette's told me you're all trustworthy on certain matters. So let's head down to the basement. Edith heads to a black door hidden behind the curtains and opens it. Cool, dry air follows you all the way down the wide steps, ending in an expansive basement filled with everything else that couldn't fit backstage.
Dang.
Uh-huh.
Notably, Twee is not present for this, just to clarify.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, so you guys are trustworthy. I am
Oh.
not.
Oh.
Interesting.
Wild.
Perhaps someone knows about your day job.
Hmm.
Mm.
Ooh.
When she
Oh,
says, Colette told me you're trustworthy on certain matters, she's going to give each of you a sort of knowing glance, as if to indicate that this is a secret.
Secrets.
And when you get down
Wow.
there, you see that there's all this equipment, but in addition, or all this like stage prop type stuff, but in addition, there's also some like crates and other things that don't look similar to what you saw upstairs.
Uh-huh.
And as she walks out into the basement area, she looks up. Tina, how's everything down here? Edith asks. A woman turns, holding a white, stylized bird mask in front of her face, before moving it to reveal a smirk. Think Colette would mind if the Shadowlark went the way of the Phoenix? Gloriously reborn to live again. And and Edith will just kind of give her a smirk and then turn back towards you guys. This is Tina. She's part of our stage performance. And you see this woman sort of standing there in this strange costume with the mask.
Nice to meet you, Tina. I love the mask. It's very stylish.
The what? Shadowlark?
Yeah, it's the new Shadowlark lady.
No, I was in character.
Oh, sorry.
She's gonna look over at you. It's my stage name, and she'll hold the mask back up to her face.
Wonderful. And what do you do on stage?
Well, just like all the other girls, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And she's gonna hold out a small object that looks like it's just two pieces of fabric that are sewn into each other. But she's then going to carefully grab it with her fingers, and she's gonna open it up. And like hold it out so that you can see into it. And when you look, you're going to notice that looking into this, again, just like a thin slit, you see like a void inside of it. It looks like you should be looking through it back at her, but when you look in between the two pieces of fabric, there's something in there. We've got all sorts of fun tricks up our sleeves, and she kind of gives a little giggle.
Is this magic?
Yeah.
Like, not that. Doug was asking that because I believe as a magic user would be able to recognize it without needing a flip.
Yeah, it is in fact magic. It's not. She's not casting an illusion. You would immediately notice if there was that sort of magic going on, but
Okay.
there is a magical element to it. It's fairly obvious to everyone.
What do you do with that?
It's a convenient place to store all sorts of things. And she's gonna put her hand in between the two folds and kind of demonstrate Vanna White style that there appears to be something inside. How do Calliope and Kieran react to this?
Kieran's not really paying it that much of attention. I mean, it's cool, but it's probably just some trick of the light or something.
Calliope is gonna lean in and try to figure out like what's in there.
Okay. So she's gonna get a little bit closer and let you sort of look in. And when you get close, you can see that inside it looks like a large bag. But then you kind of look back on the outside and there's no bag there. As I said, we have all sorts of tricks up our sleeve. And she'll giggle again, and then she will close the quote-unquote bag and then hand it to Calliope. Would you like one?
You're just giving this out? What is...
You might find that it comes in handy. You're here to help us, no?
We are.
Then my gift to you.
Free
Well,
stuff.
thank you very much.
So just to clarify, this is basically a bag of holding. It's like a little
Yeah.
bag that you
It's
can.
a thieves' pocket. That's what the
Yeah.
mod
Thieves
is called.
pocket.
So it's got a 1 yard by 1 yard by 1 yard volume, and you can store things inside there as long as they're not alive, and then you can pull them back out as you wish. If it's
Cool.
during dramatic time, it will cost an action to put something in or pull something out, but otherwise you're free to use it as you wish. She sort of implies by the way she says it that she's giving it to all of you, but she does hand it to Calliope. So
Well, she's the performer. She's the one that could probably use it the most. I'll let her have it.
Likely been hired by the theater already.
So with that, you again, you kind of notice that some of the folks in this basement appear to be moving things around that don't seem to pertain to the stage performance. But after you have that exchange with the Shadowlark, Edith is gonna beckon you back up the stairs, and as you walk up the stairs, she's gonna turn back to all of you. Again, I want to emphasize that discretion is an important part of this employment. So this will just be our little secret.
I would never tell anyone that you have a Tina in the basement.
No, wouldn't sully the good name of Eclipse by ruining her reputation.
Yes, of course.
Yes, the good name.
I mean, that's why you picked us, right? Or sterling reputation.
Precisely. She's gonna head back up and open the little black door behind the curtain, bring you back up to the dressing room. And as this was all going on, Twee had found a kind of flustered looking gentleman who was standing behind a bar. You handed him this note and he kind of gave you a strange look, but opened the note and gave the note a strange look before he kind of tucked it under the. He didn't look at it long. He just kind of glanced at it and furrowed his brow a little and then tucked it under the bar that he's working at. Thank you, I suppose.
Can I do scrutiny
Sure.
on this?
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty clear that he was not expecting this, and this is not something that usually happens.
Target number 8.
I'll give it a proper thing anyway. So that's 11.
Okay. What exactly are you trying to determine here? Just get a better sense of what his reaction was to this, or
Yes, exactly.
you get the sense that he was not expecting to receive this particular note, but that it was not so strange that it caused him to sort of take a second look at it. He just put it back behind the bar, assuming that it was going to be useful for later, and was going about his business.
Okay. Interesting. But that works. And pretty much tells me what I need to know anyway, which is that this was basically a technique to get me not there, which is interesting.
So as you go walking back towards the back into the main room and towards the stage, you see Edith and the others headed in your direction. And Edith is going to give you a smile. Okay, dear, we're actually going to head back out to the lobby so I can show you the last few places, and then we'll talk about your assignments. Sound good?
It's lovely.
Lead the way, ma'am.
So she's going to bring you back to the sort of main entrance area that you were in. It's a pretty large room with staircases that go up on either side, and then the sort of main double doors that you've been using to get in and out. And in the front, towards the front of the area, there's a little concession area where there's a bar, and it's a fairly open area. And Edith is going to kind of gesture to the rest of the room. This is the lobby as well as the box office where everybody sort of mingles before the show starts. As you can see, it's pretty open, but we're not expecting any trouble to happen out here.
Okay, well, I'm immediately on the lookout for trouble.
Are there any lights that can fall from the ceiling? Quick check.
I'm worried about chandeliers.
None that are obvious, no.
Hidden chandeliers, then?
No
Edith,
chandeliers. You can see the lights. The lights are sort of recessed into the wall, higher up on the wall. and they don't look like they could easily fall out.
Edith, you work at a stage company theater. Surely you know better than to say something like that.
Well, as I've told you before, we're not expecting any trouble, but part of your job here, and I think you might be the best candidate for it, will be to keep an eye on the crowd and make sure that no one does anything that we're not expecting. But we'll talk about that in a moment. Let's go have a chat with Zane, and she's gonna kind of beckon you over to this bar area where this slight but kind of well-presenting looking man is going through several bottles of alcohol. He seems to be sort of labeling them and organizing them behind the bar. Zane, and he'll sort of introduce each of you by name and then motion to the man. This is Zane. He's the bartender. Some of you might end up helping him out with a few things while we're here, but feel free to have a drink if you'd like.
Kieran pulls out his flask and says, top her off, will you?
Is anyone else going to partake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get a drink. Singular.
Okay. What about Clive?
No, I appreciate the offer, but I prefer not to drink while I'm working.
All right. So he is going to smile at each of you politely, and then he's going to pull out a bottle of liquor and begin sort of twirling it around in his hand and throwing it up in the air and catching it and doing like a fancy little display of his skills with bartending. And then he's going to pull out a glass, quickly flip the top off the bottle, pour a shot, and then he's going to steady the flask that Kieran held out and very carefully, because the opening is not particularly wide, he'll very carefully kind of pour a little more than a shot into the flask.
Fantastic.
For each of you, and he'll kind of push the shot towards Maxwell. Cheers.
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 The alcohol that he gave you, if you have a kind of familiarity with booze, you will recognize as scotch, and it is a fairly smooth and somewhat expensive tasting scotch.
So how does it taste in Kieran's flask alongside the bathtub gin? Or
Oh no, that
whatever
just
it
tastes like garbage.
No. It's a rare vintage.
Fancy bathtub
Handcrafted
shit.
by expert artisans.
As a matter of fact, the good liquor mixed with the bad liquor actually just makes it worse. It doesn't mix and like even out. It just makes it worse. It's just like, no, this tastes like crap.
This is the fanciest drink I've ever had. Thank you, sir. And he tips his hat.
He's completely oblivious to the swill that you had in the thing, so he assumed it was empty if you were gonna have him fill it up.
Yeah,
So
it
he
definitely
just-
wasn't.
He's
but
just
yeah.
got like a grin on his face, assuming that you're all enjoying this very nice, smooth scotch that he's offering.
Wow,
you.
such a rare vintage. I blown away. I really could
will
get
be
used
later tonight.
I really could get used to this store theater here. Star theater, sorry. Star.
Well, thank you.
Anytime.
How about again? Kieran holds out his flask.
I think we're good, Kieran.
I mean, he did say any time.
Oh boy.
He's gonna
Looks a little sad, but puts it away.
He's gonna give
Yeah.
a good-natured smile, assuming that you were joking. And
Yeah,
then,
yeah. Joking. I was joking, of course.
and then he's going to put the top back on that bottle and finish and turn back and continue sort of organizing the stock behind the bar. All right. So Edith is then gonna kind of step back forward again. So we have a few roles in mind that I think will need filled, and maybe you can decide amongst yourselves who would be the best person for each task.
Go on.
She's gonna wait for each of you to acknowledge.
Yes, of course, Edith.
All right, go on. Yes.
So the first thing, speaking of Mr. Zane here, is we could use a server. We work hard to make sure that our patrons get the finest and exactly what they're expecting. So mixing drinks and delivering them to patrons and maybe being a sympathetic ear to someone who might have some troubles, those could all be very useful tasks for someone to partake. Is there anyone who thinks they might be good for that? Someone who's good on their feet and good with people.
Yeah, Kieran just looks around at everybody else.
And slowly turn
Um,
towards Calliope.
I think I might be the best fit for that if it's dealing with people.
Excellent. Very good. She's going to smile warmly at you. Next up, we're looking for someone who's got eyes on the crowd. We tend to attract very large crowds, and it's usually people from all walks of life. So Colette likes to make sure that we have a staff who's capable of handling, let's say, an altercation if it should come up, but also someone who's kind of knowledgeable and can recognize when trouble's bubbling before it becomes too much of an issue. So
I can do that.
anyone who might be observant and good at handling problems that might come up.
I can do that.
What's your character look like physically?
She is very short. She's 4'11", 89 pounds, something like that. She has a collier navy on hand. She has very sharp eyes. But she's very pale, like maybe some kind of illness.
Okay. So she's going to look at you with
She's not strong, but she can shoot stuff.
she's going to give you a look of like somewhere between curiosity and concern. And then she's going to kind of look around at the rest of the group. I'm sure you'd be excellent at the position, absolutely top notch, but I think maybe someone who's a little more physically imposing might be appropriate for the task, just in case something were to become more of an issue.
Uh-huh.
I'm
You're
assuming
not.
she's looking at me now.
I'm
She-
sure that's why.
She's not looking at anyone in particular. She's just kind of concerned that the 89 pound woman may not be great in a fist fight if it were to come up. So
All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah,
I
fist fight,
volunteer as
no.
tribute. I was hoping to get to do robot stuff that don't involve people, but okay.
Oh, if we need somebody to work a crowd, I can pop in and out. Light on my feet. I can maybe throw a punch.
He
What
can
what
maybe
what other
throw a punch.
what other tasks are you looking?
Oh yeah, that's probably a better way
tell
to go
us, dude.
about it.
certainly
know?
we can always circle back to that. The next thing that I might want would be someone to work as a stagehand. Now, behind the scenes, there's some technical as well as crafty skills that would come in handy just in case something were to go wrong during the show or we were to need an extra hand with a sewing kit. Making sure that everything just kind of works well and the props are all up to par.
I can do sewing.
Yeah, the only thing I'm good at in the crafting skill would be artifacting. So, yeah, no. So I believe stitching's charm anyway. So I would be terrible at that.
Stitching is. Let me check what stitching is because I have that. That's tenacity.
Oh, well, I guess I'm halfway decent at stitching, but yeah,
You're
that's
good
something
with-
you can do.
If you're good with machines, that you could certainly come in handy as a stagehand. She will add.
What was the last gig?
Last, we'd be looking for an understudy. This would be somebody who is good at working with the performers, maybe as a stand-in. We don't want you to cast you in the show, but if an emergency were to come up, or we would need some encouragement or pointers for the performers, that might be helpful to have you waiting in the wings. Someone who's good at sort of leading and maybe being an inspiration for the other girls and guys, of course.
Absolutely not.
Mm-mm.
I think Calliope might be the one for all four of these, to be honest.
Yeah, and like I'm for none of them. Not only because of the judging a book by its cover, but also she doesn't trust me, and it's very obvious.
I'll do crowd work. That's seems like the best way to slot me in.
So I have a good handle on forgery. I don't know to what extent that really applies to making stuff, but I was looking it up. It is not under crafting.
Expertise.
Yeah, I have some blacksmithing. I have some forgery. I can forge like the best of them. Yeah, I guess I'll take the stagehand, or not the stagehand, but the what was the
The
what was the
last
bit?
one.
The second, no, not the inspiration-y one.
So we've got server who's doing drinks and
Not
serving.
that.
We've got eyes, which is the sort of lookout slash enforcer if something pops off. We've got
Yeah.
stagehand who is working behind the scenes with props and potentially also constructs. And then we've got understudy, which is about the actual performers themselves.
Yeah, I think Kieran's probably best suited for eyes or stagehand.
Um, I can do stagehand. Maybe we swap Calliope and Dwee. I just feel like understudy would be the most
Yeah,
perfect for a performer.
Yeah, I don't
that would
disagree.
suit her.
So then Calliope as the server.
Dwee as the server. Um,
Calliope
Kieran
is the
as
understudy.
I may
as the
not be the best at apparently that, but I can at least read people I talk to.
you can be one of those modern servers where you're allowed to threaten the people that you serve. They pay extra for that.
I'll serve in the French style, as my husband put it. Just drop the tray in front of them and say, "Eat it and get out."
Okay, so Tweed's the server. Maxwell's the eyes, or did we switch that with Kieran? I forget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kieran.
Yeah, Kieran will be the eyes.
Maxwell will be the stagehand, and Calliope will be the
Mhm.
understudy.
Rolls.
I would like to get together with everyone before we move on and start doing our stuff.
So each of you are giving your assignments, and you are told that over the course of the next 2 or 3 days, you're going to be training and practicing so that you're ready for the big show when they have their grand reopening performance. So each of you goes off with a different employee of the theater and starts learning what you're going to be up to. Twee will go off with Mr. Zane, and he will start showing you their stockpile of alcohol that was sort of stored away when the construction project began for safekeeping.
Mhm.
And much of it seems to be unlabeled. So you both go about
Interesting.
this sort of laborious task of organizing all the alcohol, labeling it properly to make sure you're not giving someone the wrong kind of drink, and then setting it up behind the bar to make sure that you're ready for serving on the night of the show. And in addition to that, getting a little bit of practice with mixing drinks and placing orders and kind of,
Doing
balance.
all that good barkeeping stuff.
Yeah, and like putting the drinks on a tray and carrying it steadily and all that kind of stuff.
Before it gets too long over the next few days, I do want to catch up with my fellow hirees. Um,
Yeah, maybe at the end of the first day before we're like sort of split for the evening.
yeah,
Okay, I'll give you I'll give you a time where you guys can all powwow in advance
okay,
if that sounds good.
sounds good.
Yeah.
So to sort of simulate some of this training that you're getting here, I'm going to have you take a check. It's going to be target number 10 on either alchemistry or culinary.
Me?
Yep.
Okay. I have a -1 to both of them. Best of luck, me. I hit an
Oh, hey.
11.
Wow.
I literally have pulled all face cards at this point.
Wow.
Oh no.
Please choose either just for narrative purposes, alchemistry or culinary.
Culinary.
All right. So,
I can see her enjoying cooking if not being good at it.
okay. Yeah, I think that makes some sense. So you start sort of helping him with this process, and you find that you and Zane get on pretty well. He's a pretty outgoing and friendly guy. He clearly sort of fits the type for a bartender that sort of is used to meeting new people and making small talk and kind of being pretty understanding. And he kind of walks you through a lot of the processes and the procedures they have in place, and you guys work on organizing everything. And after a while, you kind of fall into a groove and get used to the tasks that you're working on, and things go pretty smoothly.
Nice.
So the eyes, Mr. Kieran.
Yeah.
So
I have eyes.
yeah. So
Let's
you
do it.
got the most sort of hands-on and direct role of the group here, and unfortunately, it's very difficult to train someone on like what to look for in a crowd in terms of like being aware of where a conflict could arise or where there might be an issue. It's hard to do that in a simulated situation. You can't really do that with a group of laborers and employees just scurrying about. So Colette is actually going to take you to a nearby bar,
Oh, geez.
and
Oh
along
my.
she's going to have you. She's going to kind of keep to herself, but she's going to have you sit at one of the tables and keep an eye out and
Yep.
look for signs of trouble. Anyone who
Okay.
might be particularly drunk or look like they might be starting to get rowdy or where there might be any kind of problem that could arise. And then if one does, to intervene and try to resolve it as peacefully as you can.
Yeah. Okay.
So she takes you to this bar and you're going to keep an eye out. Just kind of cooling out in the corner, drinking a non-alcoholic drink that at least she assumes is a non-alcoholic drink.
Yeah. There will definitely be some dispersal
Yeah.
from the flask.
And you're just gonna sit there for hours on end, just kind of keeping an eye out and getting used to the process of like just being super vigilant and looking.
But I'm not talking. I don't get to hang out with Colette this whole time.
No.
Ah.
She has put herself on the opposite side of the bar, and she's just watching you as well as the situation.
She's watching me watch them.
Yeah.
Nice. Who watches the watch me? It's Colette.
Yeah, it's a little dove that's on her shoulder.
Oh man.
So why don't you give me a target number 10, either athletics or grappling or leadership or scrutiny check?
Scrutiny. I've got the scrutiny. That's not it. How important do we feel like this is? Because I feel like it's important.
It's important.
Do it.
It's probably important.
All right, I'll cheat in my 9 of crows, which I was hoping to save for something better, but
What did I get you?
that puts me at an 11.
All right. So you are looking around, and an hour goes by, and then another hour goes by, and you just see sort of people milling about, having a good time. Nothing that even catches your attention. And on the 4th or maybe 5th hour, because you've lost track at this point, you notice these two people over in the corner they've been drinking quite a bit. You've seen them kind of order multiple rounds, and they have been talking louder and louder throughout the night. And at some point, you notice that their body language sort of changes as they turn to face each other, and one of them reaches up and pushes the other. And having seen what was going on, you react quickly, knowing that you're kind of being observed here.
Yeah.
And
I know right away what I'm gonna do.
Go ahead.
So having seen this, I probably saw this developing. I am going to run up to them. The pusher, not the push-e, I think probably is who I would address first.
Mhm.
And I am going to try and get him on my side, and I'm going to explain like, hey man, like they're after you, and this was all a setup. We got to go right now, and try and get him to run out to the bar with me.
That is not the angle I thought you were going to go with, but I like it.
Look, I'll gesture. Maybe I'll gesture over to somebody who's looking this way and be like, look, he's with the guild. We gotta go, dude, or they're gonna throw you in jail for a long time.
So this man is going to look over at you with super glassy eyes and a sort of dull gaze, but a frown on his face. And he's going to look at you as if he just opened his eyes for the first time. And then he's going to quickly look around the room as you explain this to him. And clearly not in his right mind, clearly quite inebriated, when he hears the word guild, he's immediately going to check his pockets, seemingly to make sure that he has his belongings, and then he's going to stand up quickly, apparently forgetting entirely about the person he was just arguing with, and he is going to make a beeline for the front door.
Let's let him go.
His head is on a swivel as if he's being followed or someone is looking for him, and he doesn't stop until he gets outside. The other person is going to turn to look at you, and almost with a smile on his face, he's going to hold up his drink and kind of motion in the air and give you a nod.
Seamlessly pull out the flask and cheers him.
Appreciate that there, partner. It was getting a little hot in here. I think he had one too many, you know?
Yeah, you know, they always tend to. You know, keep your head on your shoulders, and we'll be good. Thanks, mate.
And as you head back to your seat, you glance over at where you know Colette was sitting, and she gives you a little nod.
Yeah. Little nod from Colette. Life achievement unlock.
Okay, so let's say that roughly at the end of the first day, you guys are all at this point able to kind of meet back up after you spent a little bit of time doing your training and discuss anything you might want to discuss before we move on to the next day.
Do I get a chance at any point while we're walking to ask Colette some questions?
No.
Damn it. I just really want to ask Colette some questions. But yeah.
About being a contractor?
No, about what happened that night. You gotta tell me who was the performance for the you know, who were the clients? Who was it?
No, she
Was it
has very little
Lucius?
contact with you. She basically told you to be there at a particular time, and then didn't.
Yeah.
She showed up separately from you, just kind of kept an eye out, and then left before you left.
Was
Awful.
that even the real Colette?
No, definitely not.
We all know there's 3, so
Nah.
Maybe that was Tina. Who can say? Is Tina one of the Colettes?
Yeah, I need you to take a scrutiny check, target number 25.
Okay, I flipped a 27.
Oh, nice.
Plus 2. So as we're sort of getting back for the day, I've had a wonderful day. I've just been hanging out at the bar drinking.
Almost like you were made for that role.
Almost like I was made for that role. Hey, lovely to see you all again. How was your day? I've had a wild one. I was out drinking with the construction lady. What's her name?
Colette?
Yeah, that's the one.
I'll say
I
you would have
mean, to be
noticed that she was dressed quite elegantly when you saw her this time. She was not dressed in like work clothes. She had on a dress. It was a relatively inconspicuous dress for Colette. but you wouldn't
for a
know that.
Colette.
Yeah.
Amazing. She cleans up quite nicely. So what'd you guys find out? You find out anything good? I have talked to loads of people and I can't get a fucking word out.
Well, I was more curious what you guys found out when I was deliberately distracted the other day when we first were getting our tour.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't really tell us anything. She just brought us downstairs, made us talk to some bird lady, and
What was downstairs?
Bird lady.
yeah, bird lady and
Storage.
more stage shit.
Okay. Well,
If
that's
you would like
surprisingly
to
uninteresting.
if you would like to take a check to see if you believe them, you can take an opposed scrutiny check here if you're that suspicious.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
Should I oppose
Who
or
looked
shall?
first?
Were you asking Kieran in particular, or just kind of asking all? Oh, I guess they all
The
answered
group.
you.
I was asking the group.
Okay, let's have you check your scrutiny against Kieran's deceive, and Calliope and Maxwell can both assist.
I'm not assisting with anything.
I have no ranks in deceive.
Do you
You're up-
have
You got this, buddy.
any
got-
ranks in leadership?
There-
Either of you?
Can you just assist with ranks and leadership on all tasks?
I can.
I'll just glare at her in a stop talking about it sort of expression.
I have no leadership.
We'll be fine.
Not it's not explicitly a rule that leadership can be used to assist, but if I determine that you can use whatever I tell
I mean,
you. to use.
I feel like it
Like
should
I've
be.
got bewitch. But that's
How would you propose to use Bewitch to better this check? Is my question.
Be a distraction.
Amazing.
I mean, could be a little bit of a distraction. Let me hang on.
Skill used to make friends and to convince those friends to perform favors. It's useful for anyone who wants to be seen as a friendly person. I feel like you'd be like, hey, can we drop it, just between friends? Sorry, I don't know why I'm doing the Kieran accent when I'm not. It's, it just gets me sometimes. Also, I've been occasionally Russian. I don't know.
Every Irish
It-
person I know is also occasionally Russian. That's just
Yeah,
natural.
I mean, sometimes you're just, hanging out and oh, now I can't do it. Oh, jeez. Oh, and then I don't know. If I talk long enough in an accent, I eventually devolve into like weird, like Eastern German.
Yeah, no, it would just be like a friendly, hey, it's really not that important. It's not that important. Can we just drop it? Because, like, we're all friends here.
Yeah, I think I'll
We're
allow that. I don't think you guys
coworkers.
really discovered anything so strange
No.
down there that's not far from the truth. So,
Yeah, I don't think we really discovered anything down there.
I'm sure.
Should I flip first or should Twee?
she'll flip first. But I'll let Vic use half of your ranks in Bewitch, rounded up to assist. So, how
All
many do
right,
you
so
got?
you're getting +1.
+1. Lovely.
So that's 10.
Hmm.
So I got a total of 10.
Great.
Um,
And then Brandon, you can flip your deceive.
8.
Would you like to cheat?
I would not.
Okay, so
Oh, actually, hold on. No, never mind. I would not.
you get the distinct feeling that they are either lying to you or at least leaving something out of their answer.
but I'm going to let it go for now.
All right.
So that's all I had. Anything else interesting?
Felt as though the entire day went by without me doing anything, so I've got nothing to add.
Day 2 will be
I
action packed for you. Don't worry.
I miss my wife. It's a lot harder
Aw.
talking to people when she's not in the room.
You're gonna like this forces you to split the party, so it's really your weakness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you all make your way back home and report back to the theater the next day as instructed, and go back to your training regiment. So everybody kind of meets back up with the person that they were working with and resumes trying to perfect their skills and kind of learn the ropes to be more helpful on the night of the performance.
Yay.
Yay.
Point of order. 2
Yep.
points of order, I guess. One. What? Do we remember exactly how many days we were away from the premiere?
3.
3. So on the fourth day is the premiere, so we have 2 days left.
Yes.
Okay, and then do we in this scene transition acquire more cards in our hand?
You're on the pursuit.
Amazing.
Do you know what your on the pursuit is?
I do. I have to fail certain checks.
Yeah. So
Amazing.
So generally, there's 3 ways that you'll draw suits or draw cards for the most part. 1 is at the end of combat. 2 is you're on the pursuit, which is specific to everybody, and then 3 is when the deck cycles, you'll get a card. All right. Did you have another question? I think you said 2 points, right?
Nope, that was the 2.
Okay.
Time away from opening day, and
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Are we drawing back up at any point? But we haven't had a combat.
I can count to 2, I swear.
Amazing.
All right. So Calliope is the understudy, and you meet up with Tina Grenville, aka the Shadow Lark,
Fun.
who gets out on the stage and starts directing other performers and performing herself, sort of taking some dry runs at some of the routines that they're going to be doing, and every once in a while sort of turning over to you and kind of explaining some of the behind the scenes of exactly what's going on. So she starts teaching you about how they kind of memorize their lines and how they do blocking, which is like where they position themselves on the stage and kind of where their movements take them, and how everybody kind of organizes themselves as they dance or do whatever it is that they're doing. And kind of gives you a little bit of inside information about how each of the performers has certain cues that they look for that kind of clue them in on like things like timing and when they should be where, and to make sure that everybody kind of stays in synchronization and keeps up with each other. And she doesn't ask you to participate in any of this, but she's mostly just kind of teaching you how the flow of everything works and the timing of some of the things that they do, and kind of just giving you a general overview of how they do their thing. And I would imagine a lot of it is fairly familiar to you, considering your own profession.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take a target number 10, art, bewitch, or literacy check. Your choice.
Let's do bewitch.
All right.
Target number is 10, correct?
Yeah, 10.
That is a 7. So I will cheat in my 9 from my hand
Okay.
and make that a 12.
All right. So on the second day, after they sort of go over a little warm-up routine, Tina actually invites you up on the stage and goes over a quick number with you. Nothing too extravagant, but just kind of a little kind of taste of some of the things that she had been showing you the day before, and then asks you to go through it and kind of perform it for her, as most of the other performers are off having a break. And you, having kind of paid very close attention and gotten the hang of the performance that they had put on, and then she kind of shows you what she wants you to do, you're kind of easily able to get up there and just kind of hit all of your marks, and you remember the lines perfectly. And by the end of the performance, she's clapping and very happily approaches you and congratulates you on doing an excellent job.
Yay!
While that was going on,
Oh no.
oh no, Maxwell is having a panic attack. So our stagehand meets up with Betty, who you find out is also known as Betty Red. And she is a little bit chaotic. She kind of runs around the backstage area and is just sort of showing you different things and kind of explaining different props that they use, and going over some of the mannequins and the other constructs that they have on hand, and giving you a crash course in a lot of the backstage goings on. And it's a little bit chaotic. It's very all over the place, but she clearly knows what she's doing. She's been at this for quite a while and tries to sort of bring you up to speed on a lot of the things that might go on during a show that you would have to respond to quickly. Lucky
Okay.
for you, there's not a lot of socialization. You mostly are just listening to her and trying to
Nodding.
keep up. What was that?
Nodding.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to have you take a target number 10, artifacting or homesteading check.
Artifacting.
All right.
Sorry, didn't get rid of the
Name
4.
your YouTube channel.
5. Yeah. That's an 8, but I'm gonna go ahead and cheat in an 8 to make that 11.
All right.
We haven't seen the Black Joker yet, have we?
We have not, and I'm a little worried, but it's fine. So after she shows you over, all these different things that she might need you to do, on the second day, she actually gives you a task. After someone reports to her that there's an issue with one of the mannequins again, she asks you to take care of it while she goes off and does something else. And you go over and kind of give the mannequin a once over, and you find that this one was actually broken, but it was a relatively simple fix, and you are able to straighten it out. And when she comes back, she's very grateful and praises you for your good work.
Thank you. Nothing. We haven't experienced any sort of bad things happening, like the light fixture, right?
Nope, not since then.
They're afraid of us, the ghosts.
They must have seen how awesome we were in whatever it was that we were doing.
Truly, they can't handle our awesomeness.
All right, so that is the end of the second day, and I suppose you will all meet up again to
Question.
have a powwow if you'd like.
I, at some point, either on the first day, after the first day, or in the second day, would like to use the thing that I've just read in the rules, because I actually bothered to read my pursuit that I got.
Yeah.
So my first level pursuit is Flim Flam, right? And so once a day, I can make a TN8 challenge of the skill I chose with Flim Flam, in this case, blacksmithing. And if I succeed, I spend a couple hours and gain some script, plus an extra script per margin of success. And I would like to have done that at some point.
Okay.
Boy,
Can I
Can
have done it on the first day?
I'm going to say you were too busy the first day. There was too much going on, but we could do it on the second day now that you've kind of gotten the hang of things.
Amazing. All right, I will do that now. I have failed.
Oh no.
No, this is great because this was a crafting skill check. So I would like to draw
fair.
a card
Yeah.
for my pursuit. Thank you.
Nice.
Wow. You
It was not good.
It's almost like you should know the card or the abilities that you have, you know? It's good.
Yeah. Well, hey, now I do.
Speaking of which, I also want to interject.
Okay. We started something.
This is just me remembering. Oh yeah, we're worried about ghosts, and oh yeah, I can detect dead bodies.
Oh yeah,
That's
I was
helpful.
actually thinking that exact same thing. Is I would like to while I'm going around doing my thing, detecting dead bodies.
Oh god, are we both grave robbers?
We're both grave robbers.
Oh my god.
Shocking. Is that a passive ability, or is it you have to check?
It's passive. I think it's a very short range. I think like 6
Yeah,
inches.
it's
or-
no, it's 5 yards.
But does it like count as
15.
an action, or it's just something you always are
15
aware
feet.
of?
It counts as an action.
Okay.
But it's a 0 difficulty with no triggers.
So I'll say that each of you tries to focus on the dead while you're sort of performing your tasks when there's a little bit of downtime. And you're in different parts of the theater, but neither of you senses any corpses.
Okey-doke.
Guys, I don't think
Can't
it's
believe
ghosts.
I
Don't
forgot
ask why.
I can't believe I forgot about that while we were up on the stage. Like, surely.
I feel like the fact that you couldn't detect any ghosts makes me think that there just definitely are ghosts now, right? And it's
Right.
clearly some sort of conspiracy. They're hiding the
They're
ghosts.
cloaked ghosts.
Well, no, they didn't find any bodies.
Oh, bodies.
specific-
Yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah.
they imported the ghosts. Makes sense.
It's a big ghost importation circle, man. It's like there's a big conspiracy. It's all
Wild.
like hush hush, you know.
Next thing you're
Or-
going to tell me is that they're smuggling soul stones out of this theater.
Well,
Not
Or, like-
now that's just silly. Come on.
Yeah. My
They
bad.
would never
my bad.
do that.
Alternatively, corpses do decompose to a certain point where there's not a corpse there anymore.
Yeah, but not in like 3 months, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like the ground underneath the secret basement of the star.
Well, it's under a building, so it's probably not moist or anything. So that would it might actually impede decomposition.
Well,
It really
out of
depends on the environment. Like, if you
Well-
throw a body into a really cold lake, its skin will actually saponify and preserve the corpse.
Well, yeah,
Well-
but I'm not talking about it being inside the building. I'm talking about being in
Right.
the dirt underneath the building.
Yeah.
if you go down far enough, you're gonna hit the necropolis, and there's plenty of dead bodies down there. But
True.
that's a little bit further than 15 feet. And also, I don't know that's there.
Yeah.
There is that.
So I mean, I guess ultimately, nobody really learned anything at the end of the second day. We've all reported that we haven't found anything exceptional, and I guess we're literally just hired to, I don't know, work in this theater, which strikes me as a strange job for the Eclipse.
Speak for yourself. I learned Betty's last name.
Ooh,
Ooh, exciting.
That's literally it. But
yeah, I've just been hanging around with this construction lady. What was her name again?
fucking slap this man.
Colette.
Yeah, Colette. Yeah, she seems nice. She doesn't talk much, and she sort of just sits across the bar and watches me watch people. It's kind of weird. But it's a gig.
I love that Kieran is me with pop culture references. Like, who is that person that everyone in the world knows and I'm just completely oblivious to?
Look, Kieran does not have time to spend sitting around in luxury theaters watching. Oh no, now I'm Cockney. Watching,
You don't actually
Yeah.
have to go in and watch a performance at the Star to know who Colette is.
Yeah, you see, you say that, but it just doesn't come up in day-to-day life. I'm usually hawking wares and
hmm
you know hawking wares. That's really it, I think.
All right, so the third day goes by in a very similar manner. You all continue studiously participating in your training and getting the hang of the situation as the person you're working with kind of explains more about what you might expect on the day of the show.
Does that mean that Colette is explaining to Kieran?
No, nobody's only the other employees of the theater are explaining it to you. She's still watching you, but she does not speak to you.
Amazing.
She likes to keep an air of mystery around her, you know?
That's that just ends up feeling amazingly creepy.
It's fine.
Listen, if Colette is going to creep on you, you just let it happen. It's fine.
Yeah.
Wow.
I
Listen to the most, at the time of this posting, listen to probably a month ago's Steam Power Scoundrels if you want to know more about my feelings on Colette. Just throw that in. We got married. That's all I'm saying.
amazing. I
Fabulous.
wonder how much people are just like walking in and like noticing her. I'm like, oh my god, and then just not like saying anything. And Kieran's like, yeah, whatever. She's like, I guess she's my boss. I don't know. I love it.
I like to think that she has some way that she can like disguise herself reasonably well, so that
Yeah.
she's not like being crowded by people everywhere she goes. But who knows?
I mean,
She doesn't wear the Colette persona. I heard that I once heard a story about Marilyn Monroe being able to do that, where she'd not wear the persona and basically just be Norma Jean, but then she'd like change her demeanor to be Marilyn Monroe.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Douglas
yeah, I
Exactly.
saw
Fairbanks.
that too.
Yeah, and like that's Yuko's whole thing is that she's relatively famous, but you'll never see her because she's so good at disguising herself. So I would imagine Colette has some plan for that as well. All right, so third day ends. You all continue to not come up with any other explanation or information that might explain the strange things that have been happening. And
Absolutely nothing, even with like thorough searching and going off when we're saying we're at the bathroom to look around and
a few of you ask a few more people, and you get a very similar story about some accidents that took place and some people getting kind of spooked and choosing to leave,
oh,
but no good explanation. And you find some more things that don't look abundantly safe, but are not like catastrophes waiting to happen, and nothing else bad happens.
am I able to track down those two guys whose faces I remember? Might as well use that, you know?
I'm gonna say that you keep an eye out for them, kind of passively
Mhm.
throughout the day, just to see if you stumble upon one of them and you don't recognize them throughout the next 2 days. There's enough people coming and going that it doesn't strike you as particularly weird necessarily because there's kind of a lot of workers and they're all going about different tasks in different areas and it's hard to keep track of them or
They're
like
dead.
how many people there are or anything like that. So you don't
Um,
happen upon them again.
I would like to flim some more flam, please.
Go for it. Flim your flams.
Oh, I'm gonna flim them so much. I flipped a 2 of masks, which also fails.
Way to middle the deck. What is that check on blacksmithing?
Blacksmithing. Yeah, I'm at +2. I need a TN8.
So over the course of that time, in spite of the fact that you haven't actually come up with any better explanations, you do notice that there's a sense of tension building, but it strikes you that it's not necessarily tension around the issues that have been going on. It's more a sense of anticipation for the coming event. And on the fourth day, you approach the Star Theater late in the afternoon, we'll say. Or I'm sorry, you approach. Does it give me a time? No, it doesn't give me a time. We'll say it's nighttime. You take the beginning of the day off, and you get there when you're asked to at night of the opening performance. It's opening night, and the who's who of Malfo City's luminous socialites descend upon the Star Theater. Crowds of people fill the streets, hoping to get in, though the ushers manage the throng before anyone gets pushy. Inside, people are nearly shoulder to shoulder in hushed yet excited tones for the performance. Edith comes up behind you all, dressed to the nines, but still fatigued beneath her smile. Places, everyone! Let's get our show started.
Oh, where should I? I've been mostly, at a bar with Colette. I assume you'd like me here. Is there a place you'd like me to stand, or perhaps a balcony, or just saunter around the place?
I'll leave the decision to each of you to decide where to go, where you think you'll be most useful, but I think you should all have a good sense of what's needed of you.
Right. Thank you for the guidance.
So, just to reiterate what you learned earlier, there are several different sort of areas that each of you can hang out. You have the lobby and box office, which is the sort of main area you're in right now. You have the theater, which is the room where the actual performance happens and the patrons will watch. You have the catwalks, which is the sort of metal area on the top that has lights on it. It kind of overlooks the whole area. You have the backstage and the dressing rooms, which are kind of all together in the same area, so that will count as the same place.
So as things are opening, I want to be in the box office bar area.
Okay.
But I will periodically walk around and shift as the night develops.
Okay.
I will obviously be in the bar area, but also out in the crowd since I'll be serving drinks and listening and whatnot. I'm going to be trying to listen in to any conversations I pass as I serve.
Okay, listening for anything in particular? Or?
Any worries, any suspicions, anything that could either indicate an upcoming issue or indicate any knowledge that of what might have happened before.
Okay. Sounds good. What about Calliope? Where is she going to go?
Calliope is going to be hanging around backstage and the dressing rooms.
Right. And Maxwell?
Backstage, I'm not going anywhere near the dressing rooms. I would die.
All right. Okay, so Canary, as you take your place behind the bar and start to sort of set up and prepare some bottles to start serving folks, you see that a bunch of the patrons are kind of milling their way into the lobby as they get their tickets checked, and they are kind of socializing with each other, and there's lots of noise as people are kind of happily and excitedly chatting. The atmosphere is pretty, at least among the crowd, is pretty positive. Everybody seems to be quite happy and excited, and there's not quite as much of a sense of tension as there is among the employees. And soon some of them start heading over to the bar and placing orders for drinks. And you make a handful, and everything goes pretty smoothly. The folks are quite polite and happy to have you serving them. And soon you get an order for a particular brand of scotch. And you remember this brand of scotch because it happens to be the same brand of scotch that some of your companions were sampling, let's say, on the first day that you were here. And you turn around and try to find this bottle of scotch that should have been on the top shelf, and it's not there.
And I didn't notice it disappear.
Why don't you give me a target number 11 notice check, and we'll see.
I will. That's pretty good. 14.
Wow. All right. So you didn't notice it be moved. You kind of look around quickly, and you've had, Zane has been near you kind of serving customers as well, and you didn't see him take it. It tends to be the habit among the two of you to pour a drink and then put things right back where they belong just in case the other is looking for it. And for a second you feel a slight sense of panic as you're like, oh, if we serve the wrong drink, this person might get upset. I don't know what's going to happen. We don't really have a good substitute. So you quickly kind of glance around the area to see if you see anything out of place. And in a different cabinet, pretty far from where it should have been, you see this bottle. And you quickly rush over to it and pick it up and find that it is the right bottle. You give it a once over, open it, and give it a little sniff, and it smells right. It seems like it was just in the wrong place.
These ghosts are getting
Oh my
too
gosh,
bold.
it is a ghost. I mean, I won't say that out loud, but
Look, guys, the ghost just needed a drink.
Have they no decency? Hiding the liquor on us? I can't believe this.
this is just kind of like playful poltergeisty stuff.
Do I observe any of this, like, sort of frantic searching? I don't know if it's frantic, but...
No, I'll say that she's subtle enough about it that you're kind of, and you have lots of people to keep an eye on that you don't notice.
Yeah.
So after that, you continue serving your drinks, and everyone else goes about their tasks. Kieran is looking around the crowd, kind of making sure that everybody's behaving themselves, and so far, everyone is exceptionally well behaved. Everyone's just excited and eager to see the first show at the Star in a very long time. Maxwell's in the back. He's kind of giving the constructs a once over and making sure all the props are in the right places. And Calliope is going over some lines with one of the newer performers, making sure that she's got everything memorized and knows all of her cues and is all ready to go. And a little bit of time passes, and soon folks make their way inside, and everybody takes their seats. And the lights dim, and Miss Colette Dubois walks out on stage with her beautiful fancy gown on. Ladies and gentlemen, people of all variety, I want to welcome you to this, the first performance of the newly opened Star Theater. Thank you all for your patience as we rebuild ourselves from the ground up. Turns out, not all of Malifaux's inhabitants are theater lovers. She gives a sly wink to the crowd, and it elicits laughter from almost everyone, as well as jeering from some of the folks in the front. It's been a long and hard road to get back to where we were, and we couldn't have done it without all of your love and support. Even more applause and some cheers as Colette blows kisses to some of the people in the crowd. We've got a wonderful show for you tonight. Thrills, chills, and some of the finest performers this side of the breach. And with that, I won't keep you on the edge of your seats any longer. Let's start the show. Half of the crowd stands up and gives a standing ovation just from hearing her speak, and there's more cheers as she makes her way off the stage. And soon the band starts playing, and a bunch of showgirls make their way out onto the stage and begin their routine. Some of you obviously are not able to watch this, but you are all able to hear it, at least from where you're working.
I think that after the main box office area quiets down, Kieran's probably going to go in and stand at sort of the back of the stage room, like the main entrance.
Auditorium.
The auditorium. The catwalks are accessible via a staircase, right? Like where we went up the first time. So there's no way that I could like immediately and rapidly descend off of them without possibly risk of serious injury, I assume.
Correct. There's far fewer people upstairs though, because there's only a few people in each of the box seats. So
yeah, I would like to stand at an area where I can get a view of the boxes because I inherently distrust the rich.
That's fair.
Enough.
Especially with the evidence we found.
Yeah, it's only somebody's got to have a lot of money because all of this weird crap's gonna cost. It's gonna be a lot of ghosts you gotta hire. And ghosts aren't cheap. So
it's true. Man, I tried to hire ghosts once. Not even worth it.
What about?
Well, it's super tricky because you got to pay him a living wage. But
tish.
Oh look,
Okay.
Brandon hasn't spoken for the last 30 seconds on the recording. Weird.
Very weird. You don't. No, that's a misnomer. You don't have to pay them a living wage. Okay.
All right.
Please continue.
Back to the world of no puns. So the performance kicks off, and there's all sorts of excitement. The music kind of changes in its tempo. It gets faster and louder. It gets a little bit slower and more subtle as different acts go on, and things are frantic as in the back. Things are a little bit frantic as everybody rushes off stage, changes their outfits, goes back. There's people grabbing different kinds of props and things that they're using for their performance. And in the midst of all this chaos, one girl, one of the performers, rushes up to Maxwell with a look of panic on her face. And she motions down to an area on her costume around her midriff where there appears to be a rip.
Oh no.
And she looks you in the eyes desperately. I'm on in 60 seconds. Can you help me fix this? And she kind of pulls the parts that are ripped together to try to close the gap.
I can help if you get me.
Fine. I'll try my best.
You can do it.
I need a target number 12 stitching check.
Oh my god. 12?
Gotta make it look fancy.
Well, that ain't gonna do it.
Oof.
Ugh.
Last card. 13 to make it not a 13. What? It's gonna pass. I think. Yeah, it's tenacity, so that'd be a 15.
All right. So half panicked because this person is talking to you, and half panicked because she has 60 seconds to make it back out on stage, you quickly grab some needle and thread, and luckily you had done a little bit of the practice on this on one of the mannequins the day before, and you're familiar enough with the process that you're able to quickly kind of thread a couple of stitches through the slight rip in the costume. And it's not perfect. It doesn't look exactly the way that it did, but it's certainly from the distance people are looking at her on stage. You get it to the point where it won't be noticeable unless somebody got really close to her. And she looks at you with a sense of relief on her face. Thank you so much. Oh my God, you're a lifesaver. And she's going to turn and scurry off towards the stage.
Just wanted to fix robots.
If it makes you feel any better, the checks on the robots would have been ridiculous.
Okay.
So she goes back on the stage, and the show continues without so much as a hiccup, as the performance continues in full swing. So Calliope is watching the performance. At some point, the Shadow Lark will actually lead you over to the side area where you get a view of the stage, and you watch as some of the performers who you've actually practiced with are going through their routines. And one of the newer girls, misses a line. And the other girls sort of pick up and kind of continue, even though she missed one of her lines. They just sort of try to recover and go on without that particular line, even though it's a little bit awkward. Most people don't notice in the excitement and the pageantry of all of it. But as it gets to the point where Calliope knows she's got another line coming up, you see a look of panic on her face. And she's still dancing and she's still doing her thing, but you can tell that she just does not have whatever her next line is. It's just missing from her brain at the moment. And she looks down at you with this panicked look on her face, desperate to try to get some hint as to what she's supposed to say in only a few seconds. Give me a target number 10 literacy check.
Let me find my literacy.
Oof.
Ow.
Oy.
So, my literacy is a 1, so that's a 2. What do I need again?
A 10.
A 10?
Yep.
I'm gonna go ahead and cheat in my 11 of Rams to make that a 12.
All right. So seeing this happening, you know exactly what's going on. You can tell that she's desperate and lost, and you quickly mouth to her the next line because you know it, because you've practiced it. And she's looking at you desperately, and it takes her a moment to realize what you're doing, but you mouth the line to her again, kind of over exaggerating the lip movements, and you see this realization on her face as she picks up a few of the words, and that's enough to sort of jog her memory. And just a split second later is her time to speak, and she hits the line and nails it perfectly. And you see all of the tension just leave her face as her shoulders relax, and she kind of gets back into the dancing and the movements that she's supposed to be making as she realizes that she didn't completely derail the performance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
So this continues, and you watch from the side as the show marches on, and the crowd is eating it up. Everybody's loving it. It's super exciting, and soon we get to the intermission, and the performers walk off stage, and many of the people in the crowd kind of head back out into the lobby to stretch their legs and have a drink and relax a bit.
Back out to the lobby, says Kieran.
I need
Not
my
says,
wife,
but
says
does.
Maxwell.
I had to talk to a human. Help me. What does Twee do? Anything in particular? Or just ready to serve more drinks?
Manning the bar. Haven't seen anything to make me like jump up and want to go out and do stuff. So, I guess check out the crowd, see if anything's going on. And I'm looking for anything like what happened before, like a misplaced, like something gets misplaced or other like stuff like that.
Yeah, occasionally throughout the show, the first half of the show, some folks would kind of end up back out in the lobby, and they might order a drink or two and kind of make small talk with you or Zane. And being sort of diligent or kind of knowing that some unusual things are going on, you're kind of keeping an eye out and being vigilant about it, and nothing else strange seems to happen. And as the intermission is called, you see this sort of wave of people head back out, and quickly people start lining up looking for drinks, and they don't have a lot of time, so you're sort of
Suddenly busy and
super
long
busy.
to
You start
work.
like you have to really nail it right here because some folks might not get their drinks and they're going to be upset. And as you go through the motions, kind of trying to keep yourself calm, everything is where it belongs. You guys prepared very well, and you and Zane are quickly able to sort of cycle through the bulk of the customers and make them their drinks, and everyone seems pretty happy.
Yay.
So Maxwell goes and seeks out Calliope, who's sort of making her way backstage with the Shadow Lark as the girls are kind of heading back for their quick break. Anything to say?
I'm sorry, I'm so sweaty. I had to fix a lady's dress. Please don't be mad at me.
What?
I'm sorry, I'm so sweaty. I had to fix a lady's dress. Please don't be mad at me. I miss you.
Why would that make me mad?
Oh,
You're doing great.
yay. Thank you.
That poor man.
Interesting twists of character development. Suddenly he's just a hot mess when he's not around his wife. I love this.
I mean, that was kind of part of the backstory, right? Like she's the one that deals
I
with
mean,
people.
It's terrible at masking without her around.
Yeah, that's fair. I can imagine a situation where like he maybe used to be better at it, but because she's done it for him for a long time, he now just does not know how to. He's just not in practice, so he's uncomfortable with it. And
he
gets
he
worse.
doesn't remember how to people.
Yeah, exactly. You just forget like you're not good at it anymore. Okay, so you both meet up with each other backstage and kind of chat casually as the rest of the folks take their break and get prepared for the next segment. And out in the lobby, Kieran is sort of looking around, keeping an eye on everyone. And you've noticed throughout the night that people are drinking more, which is expected, but people are getting a little bit more relaxed, and the conversations are getting a little bit louder and more boisterous. And you're being vigilant and kind of trying to keep an eye out for any signs of a potential problem. And nothing jumps out at you as being an issue. There's a few folks who are being a little louder, but they're being friendly about it, and it seems to be under control. But give me a target number 12 notice check.
Ooh, notice. Okay. That is a not 12. I have, in fact, a 8. I could cheat it, but then I have nothing to cheat with for the thing, and I'm worried. So I think I am probably not gonna cheat this. So I'll just take it.
What's the total?
Total 8, which I don't think is a margin, right? Because
It
I'm
is not.
down, not 5.
It is not. Yeah, you're right.
We did it. Well, we didn't, but nah.
So after you scan the crowd again, you suddenly notice that off to your right, not too far from the doors to the theater, there's a little bit of a disturbance. And you hadn't seen anything unusual, but as you get a little bit closer, you see that there are two children who seem to have made their way inside. They clearly don't belong here. They're clearly like street kids or potentially even orphans. And they're dirty and messy, and the two of them are running between the other kind of patrons, hitting people in the shins and laughing, and then kind of jumping between people and pushing them out of the way and making all sorts of chaos as people sort of react to this as they see it and yell out in pain and kind of shuffle about, and people start pushing each other because they're trying to get away from the whatever it is that's hitting them, and nobody can really
Yeah.
see what's going on, and it just turns into a bit of chaos.
Yeah, everything looks, nothing looks out of the ordinary. Those kids are just having a bit of fun. I'm
No,
be ours.
this is the result of because that you as you failed. So this is what you're seeing, even though you.
Yeah. No, but I mean, let me be clear. I wouldn't have intervened. This is fucking
Right.
hilarious, and
Right.
those, rich stuffy bastards can deal with some shin pain.
So you watch as a few of these people get their toes stepped on and their shins kicked, and soon one of the other enforcer types, a large man with a bald head and kind of thick forearms, rushes over and grabs both kids by the back of their, like the neck of their clothes, and picks them up.
Yeah.
And
All right, now we need to intervene.
one in each hand, and they're kicking
yeah.
and screaming as the crowd sort of turns to look at them, and everyone seems pretty relieved that this guy seems to have caught these kids as he starts to make his way towards the door to.
Yeah, I'd like to intervene.
Okay.
So I go up and I'd like to walk up and say, there you two got. I can't believe this. You were supposed to be upstairs in the room.
The other man is going to look at you. He'd run into you once or twice. You guys hadn't really had much of a conversation, but he's going to look at you with a suspicious look on his face. You know these two?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't get a sitter tonight. They were supposed to stay up in the room where I left them, weren't you? And I look at the kids and I do my best to not let him see me. But not wink per se, but sort of, give him a come on, fucking go with it.
Give me a deceive check. Target number 11.
Boy, would I. Well, I have flipped a 16. I flipped an 11. My total is 16. And I have a crow for a trigger, which is not going to be helpful because I'm not going to stab this guy. But, look, he said it was a fake knife.
All right, so he's going to sort of lower his arms a little bit, not quite putting the kids down, but he's going to look at you suspiciously as some folks in the crowd sort of encourage him to toss the kids out on their butts as they rub their sore shins and toes. And he's going to consider what you said for a moment. They've been going around hitting people and causing all types of ruckus. We got to get them out of here.
And they will be punished for that, I promise you. And they're going straight to bed as soon as we're done here tonight without supper. And their nan will be giving them a strict talking to as soon as we get home.
Well, you better get rid of them now, because if they cause any more ruckus, Mr. Bois is going to have our butts.
Yeah, you two come here right now, and I hope he lets them down. And
yeah, he'll put them down, and they both look up at you with extremely confused looks on their faces, but they do not attempt to kick your shins.
Amazing. And that
the fact that I would love it if they kicked your shins.
And that, friends, is social progress. I'll get the kids down and I'll be like, guys, you gotta, this guy could have hurt you. This guy could have hurt you. I get it. You just want to have a bit of fun, but if you sneak up these stairs, I think he'll, just try and be a little bit low key. You gotta not, because my neck's on the line now. You understand?
So to be clear, are you leading them up into the hallway where the box seats are?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if is that the only other exit from this area?
Yes, so you can either go back outside into the theater or up the stairs to the box seat areas.
But also where the catwalks are.
That was sort of connected to those hallways. There's like a little
Yeah, then upstairs. Yeah, I'll leave them up there.
Okay.
Are you gonna throw them off the catwalk? Like,
No. I'm gonna let. No, I'm gonna give them a script each, tell them to behave, and go hang out on the catwalk, and then deny having ever seen them if anything goes wrong.
Okay. So the area where they could very easily fall to their deaths.
They're not gonna fall to their deaths, I hope.
I know. All right.
I know.
Look,
I hope.
look.
If they do,
Here
it's
in-
their fault.
If they do, it's their fault. I wasn't involved. I've never
Look.
seen these kids before. Kieran
Look.
was an orphan. He has a soft spot. He's not gonna kick these kids out seeing their first theater. Maybe they'll see this play and go into acting instead of dying
That'd be
tragically in
cool,
the gutter.
Actually.
You know?
That'd be a cool story.
So they follow you, and they're still extremely confused, but they're so like unsure of what exactly is going on that they just follow you sight unseen.
Yeah.
And when you make it up to the area where you can climb up into the catwalk, do you hand them each a script?
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay, so they're each going to take a script, take that out of your inventory,
Yeah, will
and
do.
they will look at it with absolute shit-eating grins on their faces. Like, these kids have never seen money like this before. And they're still extremely confused as to what the hell is going on and why you're giving it to them, but they will both very quickly put it in their pockets. And
Yeah, and then I'll tussle their hair and be like, "All right, kids, behave. You gotta not be a problem to, or you gotta not be a problem to these rich folk. Pick their pockets later, but don't be aggressive. You just get thrown out. It's not worth it. That big guy could have thrown you. Could have hurt you. You know.
they're gonna just kind of nod, like they're still not sure what to make of all of this, but they're clearly happy that you're giving them money, and they'll.
If you
Yeah.
head up to the catwalk, stay. Don't be risky. You could fall and hurt yourself. Nobody wants that. But keep an eye on things. If you see anything crazy, let me know. I'll be down here. I'm Kieran. Or maybe I don't say I'm Kieran. Maybe I say, you can call me Craig. And if you see anything, give me a shout. Maybe there's another quid where that came from. Just enjoy the show, but relax. Don't cause the customers any more attention, or you're gonna get thrown out.
So one of them will look at you. Okay, Mister. Yeah, whatever you say. And he puts the script in his pocket.
Yeah.
And as that happens, you hear the doors open again to the main theater, and you can hear the sort of fading of the sound of the crowd as folks start making their way back inside for the second half of the show.
All right, I've got to go work now. You kids be good, and I'll just leave.
So you head back inside and you take your position in the theater and watch as everybody sort of takes their seats casually. There's still a moment or two before the show is scheduled to start. And outside, Twee is watching as the last few customers come up and order their drinks and make their way back in quickly, trying not to miss any of the show. And you finally get a chance to catch your breath and look over at Zane as he kind of does the same. You both sit down for a moment and just kind of enjoy the fact that most of the kind of craziness of what you're in store for tonight has already passed.
Maybe.
Right. Well, what you're expecting, at least as far as like rushes of people looking for drinks and serving things. And just as the room quiets down and the last few folks make their way in the doors, you see a very curious sight off to your right as two small children walk down the staircase, and they're looking around sort of half in awe, half mischievously as they kind of see the size of this empty room with almost no other people in it. And one of them hurries over to the bar where you're standing or sitting, and he looks like he's about 10, maybe 12.
Uh-huh.
And he takes a guild script out of his pocket, and he looks you right in the eye, and he says, excuse me, miss, can I have one of whatever everybody else is having?
I don't think so, kid.
Well, why not?
Because you're like 10.
So, I got
So
script
no.
right here, and he puts the bill down on the table and like hits it with his hand.
Good for you.
You know,
Easy to get
people around here that suck. And he's gonna kick the table and grab the script, and then the two of them are gonna walk off in a huff.
Okay. Bye.
I can't believe the customer service in this place.
I'm filing a complaint. Oh, I should have had him ask to speak to your manager. That would have been funny.
Oh,
That's
man.
his name.
His name is Karen, by the way. All right. Intermission is nearly over, and the audience begins to meander back to their seats for the final act. Before the curtains hit the halfway point, a mighty crash comes from behind stage as a looming shape draws forward, entangling itself within the massive ropes hanging behind stage. The creature is nearly too big to stand, but pulls its misshapen bulk forward upon 4 elongated, slender arms taken from the dismantled mannequins.
Holy shit.
Oh.
2 familiar stage masks, one manic with joy and the other deliriously depressed, makes an approximation of a face on the creature. Yet as terrible as the construct appears, the audience oohs and ahs in amazement, rather than terror, while others begin to clap excitedly.
This isn't scripted, is it? Or is it?
Okay.
How are the actors reacting?
I feel like we would have a general idea if what the playbill was supposed to.
Yeah, and I assume that this isn't scheduled.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that Calliope, Maxwell, and Kieran immediately recognize this as not supposed to be what's happening, and Twee hears a crash and a thud, and you immediately are aware that that was not a sound that was supposed to be coming from the stage at this point.
Oh, great.
I think Kieran is going to snap into action and pull his pistol out and just shoot into the air and scream, "Everybody out now!"
Just to clarify, the crowd seems to think that this is part of the show.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think to get their attention, but I'm going to make as much of a ruckus as I possibly can.
Okay, so you're pulling out your gun and firing it?
Yeah, literally firing it into the air. And it's a pocket pistol, but it's still should be loud enough to make a crash. And I'm going to I'll pull and shake someone if I have to, but I want to start everybody needs to get the fuck out of here right now.
I am going to leap the bar and follow the sound of the crash.
Yeah, we're gonna head towards the noise.
Yeah.
I would assume.
Yeah, pulling weapons.
So Zane is going to follow Twee, and when he sees what's going on stage, he's going to give you a panicked look. Oh, this is clearly not supposed to happen. Go up there and try to stop that thing while I make sure that no one gets hurt.
On it.
And Calliope and Maxwell notice that Edith, who was not far away from you backstage, seems to have passed out. She is on the floor, unconscious, apparently, as you rush over to try to figure out what's going on.
Cool. Unhelpful.
I'll stop and give her a once over. Make sure she's alive and stuff.
Okay. Give me a target number 6 doctor check.
Okay. Guys. Oh, that'll work. 8. Oh no, a 9.
So you lean down and check her pulse, and she appears to be alive.
Oh, hooray.
And you can tell that she is also breathing. She just appears to have lost consciousness. And while Kieran is trying to rouse the folks who are near him, the Shadow Lark walks out of one of the, around the side of the stage, one of the doors that leads to the back, and rushes up to you and pulls your hand out of the air as you are holding your gun up. And she, kind of in a frantic voice, will yell, "We have to act natural and try to pretend like this is part of the show. They appear to be playing along, but get up there and try to stop that thing."
No. What? That's insane. Absolutely not. People are going to get hurt here. We're not doing this. Kieran outright refuses.
There's more potential for people to get hurt if there's a panic and everyone tries to rush out of the building. We're better off trying to stop that thing before anyone gets hurt. I'll try to make sure that no one in the crowd catches any of the flack, but go up there and try to stop it.
I am very skeptical of this plan, and it sounds terrible to Kieran. How I just don't know that he would go along with this. I mean, I guess for the sake of if this, person is intervening.
Yeah, so she's staying out to try to protect the crowd, but also the thing that's on the stage is still at the back of the stage. It's not particularly close to any of the folks in the crowd. It's much closer to some of the showgirls, and unbeknownst to you at this point, some of your friends.
Right, well, I mean, I guess then that Kieran has two choices to make. I either completely ignore her and try and get everybody out, or play along.
Well, your efforts at that point to try to rouse people to get them to leave had been a complete failure. The folks that are near you, off to the side of the stage where you are, who you sort of tried to rouse and convince to leave, were just so enraptured by what's going on, thinking that it's part of the show, that they are just watching, jaws dropped, and like smiles on their faces.
Wild. Well, this is terrible and is clearly some sort of witchery. So I guess I'll just play along then.
Witchery.
So have I not fired a shot then? Like she grabbed my hand before.
Did you fire a shot?
Well, I mean, I was intending to, but if she's gonna grab my hand out of the air, maybe I didn't. I don't know.
I mean, she would have come out pretty quickly after the sound, but if you immediately raise the gun to fire a shot, I'll say that you got a shot off. But in the chaos of the...
I think I probably would start shouting first and then resort to that after. And I think that my shouting would be a thing. So I guess Kieran will just shout out a line. I don't know that he's seen many plays, but I think he's read an okay amount. So he'll probably be like, what's the creature doing on stage? It's just sort of standing there menacingly.
So far, it's just sort of appeared behind the curtain and been like thrashing about and hitting things. Like the stage not hitting people at this point. It's still moving quite slowly.
Yeah. He'll just start running up the center of the stage, try and shout something that sounds vaguely like a line from a play, and then run to engage it. You vile beast. This is something. I don't know. I can make an art. Is art? I assume. I don't know what else this would be. Deception.
I'll give you art or literature. Let's see what you come up with. Yeah.
Sure would like art. That's what I would like.
Yeah.
So Kieran is going to try and draw upon the deepest instinct of his any sort of Shakespeare or anything that he's ever read. He was sort of schooled in the UK or in England at the time, so he probably would have been somewhat maybe Shakespeare-y literate. Maybe.
Sounds good to me.
So he'll go art and try and just act his way through it, and I have a total of 8.
Art, you say? Okay, so you come out with a clever line that I don't know. And two of the people who were near you as you start making your way up to the stage look at you, assuming that you are part of the show here, as you kind of say something clever and rush up onto the stage to do battle with this clearly puppet fake monster that's not really a threat to anyone.
Yeah.
And, they clap. They
Totally.
clap eagerly in excitement as they watch you join the fray.
Amazing. So I succeeded this check.
Yeah, I think I gave you a 6. So
amazing. Did you? I don't think you told me what the TN was, but
I did. But I think we were both talking. That's why.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, I flipped a 6, so we've done it.
Excellent.
And I guess I'll I don't know, turn back to the guys. Is Twee is on her way up to the stage, presumably?
She is, but she's not near you at this point.
Okay. So, but our Calliope and Max right there.
No, they're on the other side.
So monster on the left, I'm on the right. They're on the left behind the monster, or
they're on the right behind the monster,
and I'm on the left.
Yes.
Wild. I guess I'll just shout something about we're here to slay you, vile beast.
All right.
Oh, no.
And let's flip for initiative.
Oh, is this? Wait. Oh, I thought this was like a big monstrosity. Is it actually just a single Carifi? Is that what's happening?
That's the art they used, but it's
Oh, I was picturing an insidious madness, like a mass of writhing.
Well, no, it is a collection of parts of props and mannequins and other constructs from backstage. They don't describe it looking exactly like that, but that's the art they use, so that's what we'll go with.
Wild.
An insidious mannequin.
It's an
insidious mannequin indeed.
All right, let's flip for initiative. Canary, why don't you go first?
Sure. What was initiative?
Should be under your derived asset.
So 6 total.
All right. Brandon?
11 total.
Pretty good. Vic?
10.
And Doug.
Oh, 12.
All right.
Still terrified there's no Black Joker in there.
It's,
no.
it's a little
It's on its way.
problem,
I'm sure.
let's say. Okay, so if you look at the map here, I know it looks like a bunch of train tracks running vertically, but I don't know why you would say that. It's clearly a stage. And it
Oh, yeah,
also
yeah.
looks
Really?
like
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, obviously.
it also looks like a bunch of bushes at the back of the stage, but I don't know why you would say that because it's clearly the curtain.
Yeah, they're
Oh,
just
yeah,
a very
definitely.
leafy textured curtain. It's all
It's
there.
a
Yeah.
fluffy curtain.
Mhm,
That's
mhm.
what
Right.
it is.
It's fancy, high class stuff. And then on the left and right side, you can see there is a recessed area where the orchestra sits. That will be 2 inches, or it will be the rest of the stage will be elevated at height 2 from there. That's kind of the main level. And also that'll be difficult terrain because there's people there and instruments and little easel things that you put music on and stuff like that. And then on either side, there is a staircase that leads down to the side of the stage. So,
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
does that make sense?
Yeah.
The
Mhm.
tools for making maps are hard, let's say.
Yeah. If only you had some better tools for the job.
I quit.
So suddenly
Not a person.
Kieran falls through the stage and dies, and no one knows why, but oh well, that's fine.
Amazing. If he had to go out going out, he had to, he's glad he could go out doing what he loved.
Being obnoxious. All right.
Full of charm.
This large creature has just made its way through the curtain and is kind of flailing around manically with mannequin parts and other construct pieces that are kind of flying around in random directions. It doesn't seem to be focusing on anyone in particular or doing anything deliberate. It's just kind of thrashing about. And it's clearly a danger to the crowd, but you all notice as you get up on the stage. So Calliope and Maxwell come out from the back and rush up onto the stage and see it standing there at the same time that Kieran is coming up on the other side of the stage, and Tui is kind of runs down through some of the seats as she makes her way from the outside and climbs up on the front of the stage. And to all of your surprise, the crowd cheers as they think this is part of the show, as a bunch of heroes rush over to stop this rampaging monster. Some of the performers make their way quickly off of the stage, but 2 are stuck. Sort of, there was no way for them to get past this thing, and they're kind of standing in the middle of the stage, trying to keep up the pretense that it's a performance while also steering clear of this monstrosity.
I mean, the show must go
dramatic
on.
screaming here.
Yeah, exactly. But the more the screaming, the more the cheers from the crowd, and everyone is very excited, as all of you are hit with adrenaline from the realization that there's actually danger. And with that, we will start with Maxwell.
Well, that's not good. Okay, he's going to take out his pocket watch / light thing, and we're just going to hope we can top deck a tomes here and try to hit him with specifically called Elemental Engulf.
All right. Target's defense.
Willpower, actually.
Willpower. It's going to be a target number of 12.
And I might as well ask what the defense is as well, because I do have alternate resistance as an immuno.
Also a 12.
Oh, okay. We're not going to add that then. Need a 12, so I might as well add 5 to it. So we'll throw on a couple extra instances of the light immuno, and then pray for the best. At the very least, it should be pretty, right?
Mhm.
And not a tomes. I fail.
You draw a card?
I believe, yeah, that's a magic duel. Oh, okay.
That's how mages work. You flip.
That
top
is
deck,
good.
you draw
That is
cards.
I'm glad I drew that. Hooray!
All right.
Failure.
The thing you drew, was that a mechanical thing that costs an action, or was it just for narrative thing purposes?
The thing oh no, that's his he's Darwin theory, so he needs effectively always has to have a Not a focus. What is it? But it is focus object.
Okay.
So yeah, it's his focus object. He needs it
Okay.
to cast.
I will say that being that Kieran and Tui both saw what they were coming up against, that if you have weapons that you need to ready, you have already readied them on the way here.
I have 2 hands. One hand has drawn the. It's effectively a pocket watch and a kaleidoscope all in one. Fancy pretty. But also he does have a gun, so we'll say one of those actions was spent to draw the gun or the focus, and the free one will be the other object.
Yeah,
So
that sounds
he's
good.
got 2 now.
All right. And with that, we'll go over to the monster. I have many options here. I like having many options. You see the monster sort of turn in the direction of one of the girls that's in front of him.
Oh no.
And suddenly, for some inexplicable reason, well, so first you see one of the masks, the sort of happy, ecstatic mask, turns to face out. And then one of the performers, seemingly inexplicably, turns and walks directly towards this thing. And
Oh no.
when she gets close to it, she reaches up and pulls a hairpin out of her hair and swipes at it and tries to hit it with the hairpin. But you hear like a little metallic clink as the hairpin glances off some hard part of the mannequin and does not seem to do anything particularly interesting to it. But then the creature hefts a large mallet and swings it across and hits the performer right in her torso. And she lets out a
Oh.
loud grunt as she sort of falls to the side, almost down onto the ground. She catches herself before she falls all the way, but she stumbles. And you hear an ooh from the crowd as they see her take this incredibly convincing hit that obviously was not real in any way, and there's no danger to her. But she sold it real well, so they're super impressed, and everyone claps.
Amazing.
Wow.
And with that, we'll go
Ooh.
over to Kieran.
Kieran is just gonna get within range and then try and unload on this this here
That's
construct.
definitely not real.
This
prop.
clearly fake beastie.
Mhm.
As
All
we
this
are
checks
all
out.
but actors in a play. How close should I? I mean, I don't know how moving. Do you want are we
How fast is your walk speed? It's Malifaux.
infinite? Oh, jeez. Infinite. I am infinitely fast. And by that I mean 12,500. 600.
Probably like 5.
5. It's
There you go.
5. We did it.
Nailed it. If you want to measure ranges, click your character and then hold control and hit a number, and it'll give you an aura. That's the easiest way to measure a range, because that tool is bad.
Oh. Amazing. I will walk here and take a shot at this here boyo.
What's the range on your gun?
Oh, that's a good question. Guns have ranges.
They
What?
do. They also have capacities of bullets, and you have to track that.
Okay. Well, we're not gonna shoot. I'm gonna saunter up towards this here beastie. Maybe to over here. So I will walk charge. I don't have running gun. We're done.
All right.
We're run and done. What are bonus actions? I feel like that's a thing I should know. Can I
It's
do
called
bonus
zeros
actions?
in second edition? Do you have one?
Yeah, I do actually. But it is not probably relevant. It is shrug off.
That's
No
cool.
conditions. We're done. But I got the shrug off. I don't know how. It's just on my sheet.
I think it's probably from your pursuit, but yeah.
So can I? Okay. So it is. So I guess then. I would. No. So that's So this is dumb. We're not going to just take a walk and do nothing. I am going to take my first walk, which will put me here, and then I'm going to try and appeal to the sense of this robot's nature, and try and talk it down from murdering that performer.
Oh, with what particular mechanic are you talking about?
I don't know. Can I be like, hey, stop that?
You can impose.
Impose. What's that?
Impose would give him a negative twist to any attacks that don't target you.
Um,
I think that's right. Doug, is that right?
Yep, it's intimidate versus his centering.
well, I don't like the sound of that, but nah,
It's trying to pull
I'll
aggro, basically, yeah.
I'll probably die if I do that. So I'm not that confirmed. All right, I guess we'll just walk. We'll just walk twice. Kieran out.
All right. Over to Calliope.
Okay. Well, gonna have to move at least once. Yeah, that's not in range.
You need to remeasure something? Was that a mistake, or are you just saying you couldn't reach?
No. No, I can't reach. Is
Okay.
the So that was a single walk. Where is my sheet? There it is. Okay. I'm just gonna have to nudge closer, I guess. And I'll stop my second walk there
All right.
and chill, I guess.
Cool. Any 0?
I don't believe so, no.
All right. So as you approach this thing, you see the performer who is looking a little bit panicked. She's clearly in a fair bit of pain. She's going to pull up her hairpin again and try to swipe at this thing one more time. And clearly it has no particular effect. So as she realizes that, she's going to kind of brace herself and hold her hands up to try to defend herself. The other one is just going to walk a little bit closer, trying to imitate her friend and make it seem like this is like a choreographed thing that they're doing. But once she gets a little bit closer, she's just going to stop and wait to see what the creature does. And then we'll go to Tui.
All right. Well, I am actually in range to fire on it already. So,
Right.
unfortunately, the performers is engaged with it. So
Is Calliope.
Yeah.
so is Calliope. So I would have to randomize this between the three of them, which is not great odds.
You can cheat the randomization flips, but randomizing is a bad mechanic in second edition, so yeah.
Oh, yes, it is. Well, I guess I'll do it prepared to cheat the randomization.
Would you like just a suggestion? You don't have to do it, but if you don't have a lot of cards to cheat for the randomization, then you might want to focus and then use the focus on the attack, so you only have to hit it once, and it'll be a stronger hit.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
All
I
right.
shall do so.
So let's flip a card for the enemy. We're just going to do them one at a time so we know who gets which.
Okay. So flip a card for the enemy, you said?
Yep. That's a good
One.
result. One for the performer
Uh-huh.
and one for Calliope. Not a black joker. Please. All right. We still haven't
Yay,
seen
I'm
the
not
black
getting
joker, have we?
shot.
Oh no.
No.
Oh, we haven't.
No.
So did I hit the
Yes.
construct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So this is going to be a target number 12.
Okay. Oof. Now we're hitting all the bad cards. I think my 8. Yeah, that's definitely not going to hit. So I am going to cheat that to a 12 crows. Wait, yeah. I don't think I have any particular triggers for that, so
So your total is a 12 of crows, or you're cheating at 12 crows?
I'm cheating a 12 of crows.
All right, what does that put your total at?
15.
Okay, so that will be a straight flip for damage because of your focus. Wow.
That's a good hit.
That's a pretty good hit.
That's 4.
All right. What kind of gun are you shooting with?
Collier Navy.
All right, so you see the chaos unfolding in front of you, and you see that some of your friends are near this thing, but it's big and unwieldy enough that you're able to line up a good shot. And when you let it off, you hear a little bit of like a ping sound, but you see that it kind of recoils a little bit as you knock a chunk off of it.
Excellent.
All right. Anything else for you?
I don't think so. Like I mentioned, I don't remember the system as well as I used to know it, so I don't know if there's anything else I can do at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you basically just have 2 actions, which you did one for focus, one for shoot, and then if you're most characters at this point won't have a 0 action that you would be able to do, but if you have one, you can do that.
Yeah.
But I don't think a grave robber would.
Nope. I don't think I have anything, so yeah. Nope, that's it for me.
All right. So at the end of the turn, we're gonna do a fun thing
Oh.
where everyone is going to take a check to see how well they're selling this as a stage performance to try to keep the
Oh, fun.
to try to keep the audience from panicking.
Amazing.
And the better that you sell it, the more entertaining it will be, and everyone will be very happy, and it'll be good. And if you don't sell it well, then people might panic and flee, and that would be bad. Both bad for the safety of the people as well as bad for the reputation of the Star Theater.
What flavor of check are we making?
So you may choose from art, convince, deceive, or music.
Oh fuck.
Okay.
Art, convinced, deceiver, music.
Yep.
Jeez.
Well, I'm choosing deceive. I will go ahead and flip, I guess.
So this is going to be a target number.
Oh, here's a question.
Yep.
Were we not supposed to shuffle when we flipped the red joker?
No.
Oh, okay.
Black Joker.
Oh, wild. I thought that was a thing. All right, well, what's the
this
TN,
is
sir?
going to be a target number 6.
Target number 6, you say?
Yep. What are you
Oh,
checking?
okay, that's not.
Deceive.
It's going to get harder.
I'm sure.
All right, go ahead. Target number 6. I don't think you can fail that without a Black Joker even. Maybe not.
12.
Okay, you nailed it.
I'm a pro.
Like you say that, and now we're gonna find it.
Here's a question though. I am I'm deceiving the crowd.
Yep.
So if I declare my trigger, does the whole crowd turn around and I get to stab them?
Yep.
Don't
that.
stab the crowd.
All right. I won't cheat in the crow to stab the crowd this time.
Okay. Oh.
But I'm
That's
itching.
okay.
I mean, but I'm just saying they should expect that it's a fake knife.
Yeah. Until they get stabbed with it, in which case they'll be very aware that it's not a fake knife. Doug, target number 6. What are you checking?
Art, convince, deceive, and what again?
Music.
Oh lordy. So we're gonna go with convince because that's a whopping 1.
Flip a 5.
Nope.
Not a 5.
I'm not gonna. Nope. I'm a failure.
All right,
Okay.
failure.
I am going to use center of attention.
Okay.
Since that was a skill, right? Or a social skill.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
Cool.
What does it do?
Discard the 6 out of my hand. After another character fails a social skill challenge, this character may discard a card to make a skill challenge with the same skill against the same TN. If there are any modifiers to the original flip, such as a plus or a negative, they apply to this character's flip as well.
So just a quick piece of advice. Let's say this is not a situation where if you fail one of these, something catastrophic happens. You have multiple opportunities because you will have to do these checks every turn. So I
will hold on to that then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay then.
Like, man, that one actor is not very good. Jeez.
Also, I feel like narratively, he probably wouldn't be very good at it. So
No.
Yeah, no.
makes sense.
I'm just
No, but
drenched in sweat right now.
Yeah, but narratively with this skill, it's like I succeed hard enough for him.
Right, you're covering for him for sure. Yeah, I like it. On that note, it is your turn. So art, convince,
Yes.
deceive, or music.
I am going to use convince, and that is a 12.
There's got to be like 3 cards left, and one's a Black Joker, and it's very upsetting.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'm very, very uncomfortable.
All
Scared.
right. Convince you have. Canary, go ahead. Art, convince, deceive, or music.
Gonna use art. So that's 12.
All right. So 3 of you get right into the groove and start behaving in such a way that you've been around these performers enough in the past 3 days that you start, you kind of understand the way they move and the types of things that they do, and you start behaving in a way that makes this look like a theater act. And the other performers are also mostly keeping up with it. Maxwell, not so much. He's having a little bit of a hard time, not comfortable in this situation. But luckily, most people's attention is elsewhere, so it's not a huge deal. And with that, we will go back to Maxwell.
I'm
Are
waiting
we
for this.
going to?
Still
are
waiting
we
for this
going-
Black Joker. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to interpose.
Impose?
Yeah.
Okay. It's against
Leave
his
my-
centering, yeah?
Yep.
What is centering based on aspect-wise? Tenacity?
Centering, yeah, is tenacity plus any centering skill they have. So in his case, unless he has, it'll be tenacity plus his rank.
Yeah, so this will be target number 11.
Oh, jeez. Nope. Oh, jeez.
Try it again.
Yeah, we'll try it again.
All right.
Just fishing for that. There it is.
There it is.
Yep.
I'm just
Hey.
I have so much stage fright right now.
You're so sweaty.
Y'all are welcome. I pulled out a 1 and a 0 out of
For
the
sure,
deck.
that was clutch.
Oh my
Amazing.
gosh.
Absolutely.
I'll have to actually do something functional next turn.
All right. On that note, this
I'm still trying to get his attention
Yeah.
for what it's worth.
he did not notice you.
Oh.
But he did notice the little man with a gun running up the side of the stage towards him.
Did he though?
He did.
Did he?
He did. And you see that the mask with the sad face turns to face outward as it kind of lazily spins in your direction. And you suddenly feel this strange sense of panic come over you as it does something to you that you are not necessarily aware of. So why don't you give me a target number 13 willpower check?
All right, I certainly can do that. It's not going to end well. I lied. It's going to be fine. I just flipped a 13.
Okay.
Nice.
Gosh, that would have been nice to have.
With the
Yeah, it would have been great.
So it then kind of lazily turns back in the direction of the rest of you, and it
Hi.
will swing its large mallet at Calliope.
Okay.
Give me a target number 14 defense check.
Oh, jeez.
14. Fuck.
Yikes.
I'm gonna die. Or not. That's
Not-
six.
Not if we
16?
just flip every 13 in the game.
Well,
Yeah. Not if
Nice.
not if all the 13s are just in a row.
guys, this enemy's supposed to be scary, okay? That's you're doing it wrong.
I'm scared.
Stop flipping good.
Well, I mean, all the face cards are in the deck now. I don't think you have much to worry about in that regard. Sue.
I mean, the deck should be over by now. We should have, like, how many cards could possibly be left in that deck? I don't understand.
It actually started going down, so it looks like there's 2.
I don't know.
There's
if
2
actually-
left?
Yeah, maybe.
It looks like there's 2 left.
Yeah.
All right, well, back over to Kieran.
Yeah, I'm Kieran.
That's true. You are indeed.
There are, in fact, 3 cards left in the deck. Okay. So I am going to take a focus shot at this abuela. That's not an abuela. I don't
Yep,
know why
that's
I
my
said
grandma.
abuela.
That's what I call her.
Abuela?
Yep.
Wow. Does she have a shotgun that she fires from a wheelchair?
You got a big mallet. She's gonna bop you in the
Yes.
head with it in a minute.
Oh no. Okay, so here's what I've got. Obviously there are people engaged, right? But my range is 6, and the only person that's in my range outside of the mannequin is not engaging them.
It doesn't
Does that affect
matter
it in any way?
because second edition was bad.
Okay.
So you get to
Weird.
still randomize with all of them, even if it was impossible for you to hit one of them.
Okay. If I do hit that person, do I not hit them because I'm
No, you do.
Oh, neat. That's fine. I am willing to risk it for the biscuit. So who is engaging? Is it just one
It's
performer
me.
or is it
All IP and that one performer, yeah.
Okay, so I
Yep.
have to flip 3 cards.
Yeah, do them one at a
Yep.
time though, and call them out first.
Yep, I'm gonna flip for Calliope first, 9. I will flip for the
Next.
performer second, 10, and now I will flip for the mannequin, which will be the last card in the deck, 5.
Nailed
We
it.
did it.
Nice.
I am a pro. I should do my shuffle now?
If you just discard them all and try to flip another card, it'll shuffle automatically, but everybody gets to draw a card.
Amazing.
And somebody,
I'm gonna
I think Doug stepped away, so somebody please remind him when he comes back if I forget to.
Well, I'm gonna shoot him now, so
Yeah,
I have
so
to
ready to
actually
draw a card.
hit. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, everybody gets to draw a card.
As soon as you flip this,
Yep.
you go to flip this duel, then everybody gets to draw a card. Yes.
Oh, holy shit! Now we're cooking. Do I have to flip for the? Do I get to? Do I have the possibility of
It
cheating
doesn't
with
matter.
the card
Yeah.
I draw?
It doesn't matter what order you do it in. It has the same effect. So yes, you can just draw your card now.
Amazing. I've done it. Okay, I'm gonna try and shoot him now with a focus.
Target
I'll
number
align my focus
12.
condition. Do I flip 2? Because does it just plus the damage? I didn't remember what the focus condition was.
No,
It says
you
plus-
do actually get a plus to the duel. I forgot to mention that when we shot, but it didn't matter. So, Doug, just to catch you up, we milled the deck, so please draw a card.
For randomization, you flip a card for everyone within 2
Yep.
of the one. So in case it's like a 3-inch randomization, you're not actually going to flip for them. But also, you don't flip for anyone that is not within line of sight.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that a through the breach thing?
Oh.
Interesting.
I just checked it in the book.
Excellent. Okay, well, we know that for next time, but he threaded the needle anyway, so.
Oh, nice.
We just did it manually. We
Hell.
we rocked it. So I'm gonna flip to shoot this boy.
That is good
Ready?
to know against this particular enemy because it's on a 50 mil, so. And it's tall.
Yeah, buddy.
So it blocks line of sight. All right, target number 12 with a plus.
All right. That is a much higher than 12. We are. Oh, actually, holy balls.
Holy balls.
Holy
Um,
balls.
balls.
7. I don't have a +5, unfortunately. We're at plus AV. Yeah, is what we're looking at.
Yes.
So close. So I can hit him. I miss him if I don't. So I'll just take the. I won't take the 7. But I will go ahead and hit him with a higher than with a 15, which is not a margin of success, but I think it doesn't matter because I focused.
Yeah, so straight flip.
Noise. Severe damage.
Wow.
Also with Colette, because she has been training me especially for this moment.
If this monster doesn't get to do damage to any of you, I'm going to be extremely disappointed. But
Well, if it's helpful, my damage track is 233, so
okay.
we did it.
Anything
Don't
else?
forget your fate points.
What are fate points?
Secret
The
things
thing
I get
for-
to do shenanigans with.
Do forget your fate points. I don't think we need that. Yeah, Kieran is quite happy with himself for having successfully nailed that shot under potentially scary circumstances, and is happy to rest on his laurels, which is to
Cheers.
say no bonus action. Kieran out.
All right, so you hear another kind of pinging sound as you hit this thing, and another chunk of it flies off and slides across the stage. And with that, we'll go over to Calliope.
All right. So I am in range now, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull my whip for one action and then try to hit it with my second action.
All right, target number 12. Wow.
It's at 18.
The cards really hate this monster. That is a straight flip the old-fashioned way, so go for it.
All right.
Oh, shit.
Well,
At least there's
all
no more
right.
black.
Just for show.
Yeah.
You accidentally grabbed one of the prop whips.
You hit it with your whip, but it hits one of the just pieces of the curtain that are dangling off of it, and it doesn't hurt it, unfortunately.
All right.
But you like whip the curtain off and disrobe it, and then it's very embarrassed and goes to cover some part of it.
The monkey lets out a little screech. All right, so this showgirl is gonna attempt to heal herself because she's a little bit injured, so she tries to kind of fix her side a little bit and adjust herself so that she's not in quite as much pain. And then she's going to try to get away from this thing because clearly she is not in very good shape. But it does the sort of chaos of it spinning around and gesticulating stops her from getting any distance between her and it. The other one is going to circle around, and she's doing her best to make it look like she's trying to fight it, but she's intentionally staying far away from it because it seems clear to her that she's not going to be able to do much against this thing. She's not really equipped for a fight at this point. And she just kind of moves around and puts on a show a bit here.
Hooray.
Let's go over to Twee.
All right. Twee's gonna take another shot.
All right. Are you going to
And-
focus first this time or no?
What?
Would you like to focus again, or you want to just shoot?
Yeah, I'm gonna focus.
Okay. Let's do some randomizing.
Flip 3 cards.
Yep, one at a time. So the monster first, the performer, and Calliope. So if you have a low card, you can cheat it in for the monster to hit it.
I do. I have a 3.
All right, that's perfect. So you can cheat the 3 in for the monster, and you hit the monster.
Yay.
Yay.
Cool.
And that'll be a target number 12 with a plus. We'll remember it this time.
Oi.
You get 2 cards because you focused.
Huh?
You get 2 cards because
Oh.
you focused. Yeah, I just forgot last time.
What's the TN?
Need a 12.
That is not a 12. I'm gonna have to cheat again.
All right.
And I have a 13 for that, which is a total of 19.
All right.
Wait, if you flipped a 6, that would have been 12.
Huh?
You said your total was 19, which means your AV is 6.
Oh, no. Sorry, 16.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
No, it's my bad. My brain just provides
Just trying
wrong
to help.
numbers sometimes.
I was just trying to help.
All right, that'll be a straight flip with your focus. Moderate.
Mid 3.
All right. So you hear another ping as the shot goes off and hits this thing. It's hard to keep track of what part of it you're hitting or what parts are flying off, but you do see a little chunk fly off and hit the curtain behind him.
Hopefully, we'll eventually get something vital.
I'm excited because I can finally help, and there's no Black Joker to ruin it for me.
Well, before we do that, let's see
come on.
what your thespian skills are like. Everybody's gonna take another check, and
I fell
this
asleep in
this
thespiology in college.
What's the TN this time?
I'm sorry, Canary, how much damage was your moderate? 3?
3.
Okay. The TN will be just a 7. So we'll start with you, Brandon.
Okay. I am at a 12. I'm taking art, by the way, because it's the same. It's less good than my deceive, but if I fail, I get to draw a card. So, but I passed the hell out of it with a 10.
All right, over to Doug.
Yay! It's a 12.
Yeah,
It's a
buddy.
margin.
And I think is that Maurice, or is that Marcus?
I think that's Marcus, yeah.
I think that's Marcus. Yeah.
Oh, wild.
First ed Marcus.
Yeah.
Oh man.
What were you checking on, Doug?
Convince. Yeah, the only thing I have a positive number in.
All right, Vic.
I am also doing convince. 13.
Well, you guys are doing a very good job fighting it, but somehow doing a better job with the show. So that's cool, I guess.
I'm finally entertaining.
Jeff, they hired Eclipse Consulting for a reason. We're
True.
professionals.
Experts, exactly. Canary, you're up.
Okay. That was 10.
All right. So the crowd has only gotten more excited as their applause intensifies every time there's a moment of action. The crack of the sound of the gun just gets them more excited. They clearly think these blanks are extremely convincing. and
Mhm.
no one's really sure how you're making the effect of the monster flinching or the pieces flying off, but they are really enjoying the spectacle of all of it. And with that, we'll go
Clearly,
back.
they're timed.
Yeah, well, right, exactly. But
Yeah, obviously.
expert. I don't know how. Like you're so good at it. You're so it's so convincing.
Super on cue.
Yeah, those squids. Are
Choreography is on point.
right.
Yep.
It's a good thing you were training for the last 3 days. It's excellent. Back to Maxwell.
Yeah. Okay. Let's start with an impose.
Okay.
Oh God, what's you said 11?
11. Yep.
A cheat in this 9,
Okay.
which will make it 12.
All right.
Hooray! Okay, I've got his attention. I've remembered the fact that this is actually supposed to be my job, and I'm supposed to be good on stage.
That stage fright. The fear
Calliope
of
is just
death
like
will override stage fright any day of the week.
Calliope is just whispering some like, "Come on, get your crap together, please." Next AP, and I'm going to ask the Fate Master if I can fudge with the rules of the event real quick.
How so?
Actually, no. I'll mention it later. I'm going to request that the wonderful people of the Star Theater lend me their power.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Behold the power of light. I don't care what I flipped. I'm cheating at a 12. That is Elemental Engulf with 4 instances of the Light Immuto, which grants him 4 instances of the Prism Party condition.
That doesn't sound good for him. What does that do?
Which is like the everyone is at a +1 per iteration to their gun attacks to hit him, and now he does not gain benefit from light cover, or
Okay.
I think it's light cover.
So that's plus how many to their shooting again?
4.
Nice.
He was a 12. That's 12 plus 4, 16 is still a negative flip. It's not going to be a lot of damage, but hey, now he's going to be really easy to hit. Just 1 point of damage.
All right.
But now he's a frickin' disco ball.
That's true. He is in fact.
And I was wondering if I could use this bit of entertainment to either pass my next check on the end of the round or make the TN easier.
Interesting.
I just invented disco, sir.
I mean, that's true. It's like 70 years early. There's got to be something for that.
I'll give you a plus flip on the next check.
Okay, I'll take it. That's me. Make a prism party, and now he has to hurt me first, which is not ideal, but
He'll do his best. Okay. Let's see here. He is going to first. Is that a condition that you gave him?
Yep.
Okay, so first he'll shrug off that condition.
Oh, come on.
Sorry.
Boo.
Put all that work in.
Then he's going to. So you imposed him, yeah? Do I let everybody else get positive twist? That seems unfair.
What? No, everyone else gets a positive twist to defend against his attack. I mean, he can come over here and hurt me.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. If he swings at somebody else, they'll get positives. Yeah, I think he's gonna come over there and hurt you. He can't charge because he's being engaged, but he can walk through other models, which is fun. So we'll just.
I mean, if he wants to disengage from me, I will absolutely allow that.
He's just
That'd be
gonna
great.
run right over you, and somehow none of the flailing limbs or the hammer makes any contact with you, but it sort of pushes you out of the way as it runs past.
I'm gonna die now.
And it's
Quick
gonna
question.
take a poke. Yep.
Is that performer now out of engagement with it?
It is, yes.
Cool.
But now both of you are engaged by it.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah. It is going to take a swing at you with its hammer. Target number 14, defense.
Yep. Here's to me needing a. Oh my god!
It was my one chance. It was my one chance.
I'm just standing there expecting to just get obliterated. And I sneeze and it just whiffs over my head.
You've got like all these fun triggers. You've got a good damage track, and I just can't do a goddamn thing with it.
I mean, completely nullified the one thing I could contribute to this fight, so that's not nothing.
I mean, you wasted an AP on him too, just getting him to run over there at you too. So, all right. Well, if it had a face, it would frown disappointingly, but it doesn't. So we'll just go over to Kieran.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and get a wee bit closer, and then I'm gonna go ahead and take a shot at it.
Pew pew.
Um,
Randomize.
I'm
first.
actually I have a 5-inch orb on my
You
range.
can't see Maxwell, so based
Definitely
on our new understanding of the rules, you'll just need to randomize with Calliope.
That sounds
Please
great.
don't shoot me in the back.
I almost certainly won't, probably.
You almost probably certainly won't.
For absolutely, definitely sure, I'm likely not to, maybe. We'll flip the first card for Calliope, and then we'll flip
Okay.
the second card for the monster. Yeah, buddy, we did it.
Yay!
Nice.
I appreciate that.
See, not gonna. Why would never? Consummate professionals. Let's do it. Shoot this robot. But I don't get any plus to the duel because the radiance has ended.
Correct.
Yeah.
Awful. Well, that is a 12. Do I need to cheat anything to make that hit, or did 12 hit?
Target number 12. So if you hit 12, then that's a double negative on damage.
And its margins are 5, yeah? Or am I crazy?
In combat, it's just normal combat, so it's the same twist that you're used to in Malifaux.
Oh, okay. So it is what was the TN? 12?
Yep.
So even if I had a 13, which I'm not substantiating that I do, I literally can't straight flip it, so I'll just neg flip it.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Awful. Weak for 2.
All right. So another ping, and the crowd cheers as it punches over, but continues trying to attack Maxwell, who was just taunting it so rudely.
Ooh. Well, don't taunt the robot. I think that's what we've learned here today.
I mean,
that's all.
or
Fine.
kite him back and forth and do taunt him.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's working.
So far,
that's
he
all
has
I've got.
only hurt the poor innocent woman who was standing there at the beginning, and that was it. All done?
Yep.
All right. Over to Calliope.
Gonna have to try to hit it again.
Whip away. Target number 12.
Yep. I gotta remember what my thing is. All right. That is a 9. That will not hit. I'm gonna go ahead and cheat in. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and cheat in this 12 that I have. Make it a 17.
All right. That's a negative twist. Moderate.
That's moderate. That will be 2 damage.
All right. Again?
Yep, again.
Target number 12.
That's a 9, so that will not hit.
All right. So this time, as you swing your whip at it, it does hit it more firmly on its metal/wood parts, and you feel the impact of the whip in your hand, and it kind of has a lot more resistance than types of things you're used to whipping, but it does clearly hit it and lacerate part of the one of the arms that are swinging about.
Cool. Is talking a free action?
Yeah, unless you
I
want it to
assume.
have a mechanical effect. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna just kind of yell at the other 2 performers to run.
Okay.
Very dramatically and performancely sound, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So the performer next to you is going to look over at you, and you see like a moment of realization in her eyes as she clutches dramatically at her side. I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful. You'll have to handle this alone. And she scurries off back between the curtain and disappears. The other one will, kind of taking a cue from her friend, will look over at you, and she will then kind of consider the monster. She'll hesitate for a moment, and then she will also grab a little metal hair clip out of her hair, and she will insist, I can help you. make sure you stay safe. And she's gonna rush towards the monster.
Oi,
Oh no.
She can't get
girl.
to engage, but she still wants to fight.
Yeah, she hasn't been, broken in half with a giant robot's mallet yet. So
Back over to Twee.
All right. I'll focus and shoot.
Is he still in range?
Is he? Oh, wait. No, he isn't. I'll have to move.
I was gonna say that gun's impressive. If he
No, it's only 12.
okay.
Only.
I mean, you are within, or did you move already?
I
Move
moved.
already.
Oh, okay. I was like, I think that's an OR 12.
All right.
Unfortunately, I can't focus, so.
I assume you still have bullets left, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Cool. All right. So we're gonna have to actually randomize with all three, because you can see them both. So, I guess do Calliope first.
All right. 10.
Monster
I've been having really good luck with the robot last.
Uh,
and Maxwell.
okay.
That'll do it. You guys are getting
Hooray.
very lucky on the randomizing, honestly.
That's a
Wild.
defensive
Alright.
list.
So, straight
Alright.
flip.
Starting with 12. Red Joker.
Oh!
Damn.
Boy.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Severe
No,
plus
that's really
weak.
good.
Or is that the attack?
That was the attack.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't damage. So that's a total of 17.
Okay. Do you have any triggers on your pistol?
Unfortunately, I do not.
All right.
Right? Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I don't think so, but I figured I'd ask anyway. That'll still be a negative, actually.
Oh, wow. Well, that's all
Okay.
right. That's a 12.
So moderate.
Yeah.
Is that 3 again?
Yeah, that's 3 again.
All right. So another piece, and this time when you hit it, you chip a piece off, and then another one of its limbs kind of falls limply to the floor, and you hear
Nice.
another loud
Yay.
cheer from the crowd as this thing's kind of full of holes at this point. It's still keeping up the attack, but it doesn't look so good.
We're doing a good job.
Well, let's see if the crowd is really buying it, because this time we're going to take another round of checks, and it'll be at target number 10.
Oh, no.
All
Oh
right.
my.
Now
Oh
it's
my
starting to
gosh.
get risky.
Ugh.
Well, I'm gonna take an art check again.
All right.
I have +2. I have failed.
Oof.
But I will draw a card.
The crowd is so disappointed in you.
I know.
Over to Doug with your positive check.
Yeah, and my acting value of
You
1.
just need a 9.
So I fail that too.
It's so close.
TN10.
Over to Victoria.
Come on,
Doing my
performer.
defense again. Hey, 10.
All right. Thank you, Harry.
All right. Oh. Yeah, no, not this time.
All right. So as the battle continues and you all find yourselves having a harder time keeping up the facade of this being a performance, you all find yourselves being a little bit more desperate, really trying hard and doing a fairly good job of fighting this thing, but it's very hard to juggle both, keeping up your defenses, pushing the attack and keeping the crowd invested. And most of them are still on your side. There's still cheers going up as you pull off some of these shots and kind of duck and dodge out of the way of this thing. But you get the sense that there's some people who are feeling a little bit more apprehensive about the situation, and maybe some of them are starting to think like, "Ooh, it looks like that one girl that ran off was pretty hurt." With that, we'll go
It's
back.
just good acting.
She's really good at limping.
That little bit of blood that was trailing out of her pants was really convincing looking blood. I don't know. Let's go back over to Maxwell.
Okay. Well, let's just shoot for the moon then, I guess. We're gonna focus and just punch him.
Oh.
Are you in range to punch him?
Oh, is he not? I thought he was close enough to me to.
He's got a 2-inch engage.
God damn it. And I'm just gonna walk up and punch him regularly then.
All right.
That fails. I'm done.
All right. He's gonna return the favor
Mm-hmm.
and try to punch you with a
Mhm.
mallet.
Mm-hmm.
So target number 14.
4. So that is a straight flip on his end.
Okay, don't want that trigger. Straight flip A. Well, that's not
Okay.
good.
Oh,
That's 5
Oof.
damage.
Oof.
Okay. Where is my... Okay.
All right, and then it's going to kind of spin frantically back in the opposite direction, and once again, it's going to try to influence Kieran in a strange and insidious way. Give me a
Ooh.
target number 13 willpower check.
Target number 13 willpower check. That sounds great. I have +2. Okay. I am going to. I don't. I don't know. Do I get the sense that this guy's almost dead? I guess. I mean, it's like full of holes now. Yeah.
Dead is a word that you may not apply to a strange magic construct tornado, but it looks like it's in much worse shape than it was before.
Okay. I am gonna be sad about this, but I'm gonna cheat in the 13 of crows to pass this willpower duel.
He done. Over to you, Mr. Kieran.
Okay. I am going to take a focus shot, and I'm gonna flip. Yeah, you know what? Let's change it up a bit. I still can't see Maxwell, which is good. But I am going to flip for the performer. Right? Or is the performer's just out?
Just Calliope and the
I don't think.
monster.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll flip for the monster first. And I'll get the 13, which I'm gonna cheat down to a 1 because we're not. Well, I guess we'll see. But and then we'll flip for Calliope second. I'm gonna cheat down to a 1. Actually, I'll cheat my 4 of Ramson for the monster, so I will hit the monster. And then I'll take my focus shot.
Okay. Target number 12.
This is my last chance to declare my trigger before I have to reload. I'm gonna cheat in a 12 of Rams.
Wow, where'd you get all these good cards?
I've been drawing cards the entire session, and
That's true, yeah,
we've got 2 left, and they're not great, but this is a thing. So I will declare my trigger for unload for +2 damage, and my total is a 16.
Okay.
So I think that is just to a straight flip
Straight with your focus, yep.
from the focus. 7. So moderate of 3, which is going to be 5, and my gun is now empty.
Nice. Let's do a moderate critical effect. That's not ideal. That will be a severe critical effect. He doesn't care. All right.
Right. And Kieran will shout something vaguely heroic as I just am like, click, shot, click, 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 click. And, hope to win the crowd over, maybe.
Over to Calliope.
I'm gonna try to hit it again.
Very
That
well.
is an 8, so that will miss. And a second time, that is a 6, which will also miss. This is fine.
All right. The performer is going to run in and take 2 swipes at it with her hairpiece. She kind of does it dramatically and tries to sell the idea that she's actually hurting it, even though it's clear that there's nothing that she's doing is having any effect except annoying this thing, if it can be annoyed. And we'll go over to Twee.
All right. Now in this round, I actually can focus. So, okay. How many am I randomizing here? 3?
4.
Looks like 4. Okay.
4.
11 for whichever one is the first.
We'll just go left to right. So Calliope, performer after. Everybody gets to draw a card.
Okay. Then 12 for the performer, I suppose.
Yep, one for the monster,
One for the monster.
and one for Maxwell.
Beat a 5.
There you go. You hit him.
Yeah.
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
I wasted all of our face cards on that.
It's better than friendly fire.
It's a lot better than friendly fire.
All right. Hit a 11.
You get a positive because you focused. So one more.
Cool.
There you
Oh.
go. Way to
There we
Nice.
go.
ruin all my fun. Okay.
So 16.
So straight flip from focus.
Ugh. 2.
Oh,
You can cheat that.
Cheetah
you
severe.
can cheat.
No, I
You got
cannot.
one?
Oh wait, yeah, I can. I just got to draw a card. I forget whether 8 is mid
Moderate.
or
That's-
moderate.
That's
Okay.
moderate.
I don't know if it's worth it for just one more damage, so I'm just gonna keep that.
Yeah,
Take
I
the
would probably-
2.
Probably keep that.
So 2 damage.
Yep.
All right. I'll flip the weak critical effect. Okay. Relevant.
We have to keep flipping for the stage presence.
Yes, we do.
Oh,
Uh,
but I'm bleeding.
So
How much?
you're bleeding very incharacterly.
it's
Very
very
realistically.
So
They really went all out on the blood effects.
this time it will be an 11.
Oh, come
And
on.
I'm gonna be generous, and I'm gonna say that for the performer, having not actually tried to fight this thing, but like playing up the stage presence, I'm gonna give you guys, any one of you, you can decide amongst yourselves, can take a positive twist on this, but
It's
you have
Doug.
to all agree.
Doug. It's Doug. It's Doug.
It's Doug.
Doug.
I am Doug.
Well, here's the thing: with a target number 11, can you even hit it?
I would need a 10.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm worried that we're gonna go that if we fail too many more, we're gonna be in bad shape. So I'm gonna go back to my normal, like my good flip. So I don't need it for sure.
Okay. Am I starting this off then?
It's up to you guys. I usually do it in the same order, but if you want to go first, go for it.
Do it.
Okay. Oh, god damn it. That's a failure.
You drew your card when the deck cycle just now, right?
I need that to live.
Okay, fair enough.
Or fuck it, I'll probably just risk my life.
All right, Brandon.
I will use my deceive, and I flipped a 13.
Jeez.
Vic?
Try my convince again. No, I failed. However, I do get to draw a card for that, so.
Sweet.
Hooray.
And Canary.
All right. That's all right. 14.
Yay.
All right, we are holding it. Maybe.
We're holding.
All right. That was actually kind of better than I expected it to be, but
Me too.
let's see where this goes. Maxwell, you're up.
Okay. I got this, guys. I'm definitely not gonna die.
Please don't die.
If your punch
Okay.
is bad,
That-
you should
that would
probably
be
just try
nice.
to
Please don't
necromancy
die.
it. Well,
We're gonna focus and punch him. We're gonna go for the knockout. If he's taking critical effects, it means we have a chance.
target number 12.
You can do it.
Oh,
Okay, that's not gonna work, so I'm cheating in this 11. Hooray.
what does that put you at?
14.
All right. That will be a straight flip because you focus.
Actually, it will be a positive flip because I got knuckle dusters.
I think that just ignores a negative now.
Yeah.
But there isn't.
Well, it would have been a negative from no margin.
Oh, you're right. Yep. Good.
So positive. Moderate. Think of just 2.
All right, moderate critical effect. That's a severe.
Oh,
critical effect.
dang.
That's a severe critical effect, hooray.
If that was the second flip, he'd be dead. That's gonna be. All right. He's got bleeding out too, but it won't matter. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right.
It was good knowing you.
He's getting pretty messed up, this crazy monster thing, and in its sort of chaotic spinning and wild swinging of limbs and chaos of all of it, it is going to try to hit Calliope.
Okay.
This will be a target number 14.
Mm-hmm. That's a 10.
You want to cheat or no?
I can't reach a 14.
All right, that'll be a negative. That's 3 damage. So it hits you with this mallet that it's still clutching to, and as it does so, it spins again, and it looks like it's trying to swing at either you or the performer, but the limb that it was trying to swing is no longer connected, and it sort of flies off across the stage in Twee's direction dramatically,
Souvenir.
Oh,
and it does nothing.
Neat.
Cheers erupt from the crowd.
That's how I'm narrativizing the fact that it had slow this turn.
Nice.
Over to Kieran.
Okay.
Yep. I am just gonna focus. I mean, not focus. Sorry, reload. It's 2 AP. I have no bonus actions. That's all I've got. I don't think, or I guess actually, it already acted. I don't know. Do you think it would be better to try and distract it? I mean, if it hits me reasonably, I just die. So maybe that's probably not a good plan. But nah, whatever. I'll just reload. I think I can do more damage this way, at least pretty consistently. So reload. 2 AP done.
All right. Over to Clappy.
gonna try to hit it again.
All right, target number 12.
That is a 6. That's not happening.
Man, those low cards love you. For your
Damn it. And again,
Oh,
another 6. You're welcome for pulling all the low cards, guys.
that's true.
I'm gonna give you a thumbs up while I'm spitting blood.
All right. The performer is going to continue her little pretend kung fu dance, trying to
Yay.
swipe at this thing and doing nothing. But she's actually acting this up. She's actually not attacking it. She's just making it look like she's attacking it.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Because it's clear
Yeah.
that she can't do anything to it. And also mechanically, it's impossible for her to affect this thing. So, back over to Twee.
All right. Doing the same as before. Focus and shoot.
Right, we're gonna flip all of the randomization. So Calliope,
All right.
Performer, Monster, Maxwell.
Sorry.
You're hitting Maxwell. Can you cheat above a 6 or above a 9 or the 9 down rather?
I can cheat it to an 8, but that's it.
Shooting me.
You are So keep your 8. You are shooting Maxwell.
Oh no.
Yep.
Randomizing is a bad
Sorry.
mechanic.
Yep. Oh.
You focused, right?
Yeah.
So you can flip 2.
Oh yeah.
I mean, do you not get to
Oh
decide?
my god.
Do you not get to decide to end the focus until after you decide who you're hitting?
No, in second edition. But also, you're better off if you're hitting someone friendly because then you can choose the low card.
Oh. Can I cheat damage? I don't remember.
You can also cheat the duel, yeah. You can do
I can cheat damage?
if it's a straight flip or
wait.
better.
Yeah, but I mean, a 10 and an 8 are the same. They're both moderate.
Oh, okay.
This
I
is
You
see.
need,
the
you need
attack.
a 5 or lower.
So that's
Yeah.
so that's the attack. Now Maxwell has to do a defense flip.
Oh, gotcha.
What's your total?
The AV is 3, so the total is 13.
Okay.
Best of luck.
11. So you're at least on a negative to the damage.
But you can cheat your 8 and just miss him.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Your AV is 3, so that would tie. 8 plus 3 and 9 plus 2.
Oh, okay. Then I did
Okay, it doesn't matter then. Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll probably be fine.
So negative twist for damage.
Yay.
Keep your 8 though.
Okay. Negative twist for damage, you said?
Yep.
Alright. Let's hope. Oh, I got a
Oh,
1!
thankfully. What
That's a
damage
2.
is that?
2.
Okay, that puts me in the negative, so I've got the book in front of me. I'll figure out the critical effect.
Alright.
Negative 1
I have it
plus 11. Wounds particularly deep. This character suffers 1 damage that does not generate a critical effect. So now I'm at negative 2. And now I need to take a toughness test. And a pass. I'm still awake.
All right. Hey guys, it's your favorite part,
No, it's not.
but we have to make it a target number 12 this time. Yay!
Yay.
Oh no. I'll do my deceive check as usual. That's a 10. I'll cheat in a 10 to go to 15.
Okay,
I feel like that's probably reasonable here.
Doug, want to take your positive flip again for the performer?
Oh, I'm
shenanigans?
getting a positive flip here? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, heck yes. I got it!
Fucking nailed it.
Hooray!
It's not over yet, guys. We're in this. Vic.
It's the blood loss is making me brave.
It's a 12 now.
Yeah.
Fuck. Nope.
Draw.
Canary.
Okay. Oh my god.
That's not gonna do
Well,
it.
Even sees again.
2 and 2 is not bad.
That's, I guess, the 3 total.
okay. Well, nothing terrible has happened yet, but that's kind of the last chance. So let's make this count here.
Yeah. Focus and punch. We're gonna hit him. We're gonna hit him, guys. We're gonna hit him. Hey, it goes off. Negative flip to a positive flip because of knuckle dusters.
Yep.
And the focus. Oh, come on! The week of 1.
Can you cheat it up?
I don't have any cards.
Okay. That's probably not gonna kill him, but we're getting.
I
closer.
should be able to force through a hit on my turn.
I would also suggest focusing because you're looking for severe damage.
Definitely.
All right. He is going to swing at the performer, and once again, the mallet connects with her stomach, and there's
no.
a loud groan through the audience as she kind of hunches over. Her enthusiasm seems to have drained about this whole plan of swinging her arms around, pretending to fight it. But she stays on her feet just barely, and over to Kieran because he's slow again.
I am going to go ahead and, or rather, okay, yeah. So I'm going to focus. I'm going to take a shot. I don't want to move. I can't see Maxwell, so we're going to flip 3 cards. We'll flip for Calliope first, 5. We'll flip for the performer second with a 1. What happens if there's a tie?
We
You pick.
flip those two.
Amazing.
really?
And
Is
then
it
we'll
that you
flip for
pick?
the,
Yay.
Let me double check that real quick.
and then we'll flip for the monster. So the monsters, I'm hitting. So far, I'm hitting the performer, but I need to know what happens in a tie because I have a 1 to cheat.
I'm just gonna say that you get to pick because I want to go to bed at some point.
Okay, I'll cheat in. I'll
Hit
cheat
the
in my 1 of
monster.
pros. Focus shot at the
Number
monster.
12. There's no black jokers left.
9s plus 4 is 13. We get it.
So straight flip.
Beat it by 1. Straight flip. Severe for
Yay.
12.
Yay.
What's the
still only
damage?
It's 3. It's severe and moderate at 3.
Okay, so that's. I'm gonna call that dead because that's many damages.
Many damages.
Many
So
damages.
many damages.
Oh. Okay, so this strange tornado of limbs and parts and props suddenly goes inert, and all of the parts fall to the floor. And you immediately notice that with it all laying on the floor, it just looks like a pile of stage props and mannequin parts. And the crowd all gets up on their feet and are cheering as you've all been victorious in this clearly staged play that had no danger at all, and no one really got hurt.
Of course.
I'm
Because
gonna pass out
obviously.
now.
Agree.
I will grab Calliope's hand and walk towards Tui and hopefully everyone follows in turn and we walk
Oh,
forward
Maxwell.
and take a bow. Oh, and maybe we
Yep.
get that performer up.
Yeah.
Hold on, there's a thing. So the fight appears to be a spectacularly choreographed interpretation of a Neverborn attack, and the crowd eats it up. Battered and broken, the prop monster raises one of its arms to strike at the audience in a final act of desperation. Suddenly, a flamboyant explosion of smoke and confetti blasts the arm backwards and conceals the creature's upper body. After the smoke clears, standing atop the creature's head is Colette Dubois. her cane splitting the dual mask as it slumps lifelessly to the stage floor. All is silent for a deadfall moment before the crowd erupts into furious applause and cheers. Paulette hops down from the inert mass and gives a deep bow while motioning for you to join her as well.
We of course do.
Definitely, of course.
Obviously.
So as you stand there in disbelief, realizing that you survived this, the crowd soon starts standing up and sort of filing their way out. Some of them still clapping and cheering, but many of them just going about their night as Colette clears off the stage and some of the other performers come out and start straightening up. And soon you're told by one of Colette's assistants that she would like to see you in her office when you're ready.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Can I first aid myself, please?
Sure. Target number
Okay.
5, Doctor.
Hold on. I can discard 0 and draw back up.
Wait, we draw up to our hand limit after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can
Amazing.
discard as many as you want and then draw up to your hand limit.
Yeah, so I should have said that. So you can, drop as many cards you want and then draw till you have 3 or 4.
I will cheat to make that a 10 total, so that'll heal me 2, put me on 0.
Right. There's really nothing else to do mechanically except go talk to her and get paid. So
Yeah.
we don't really
Yay.
do Dr. Flips unless anybody wants to or wants to talk or roleplay, whatever they want.
Where have you been?
Yeah, what the crap, Colette?
Like as soon as she's able to, Calliope's gonna go over and start fussing over her husband. Like, I can't doctor him or anything, but like,
He took the brunt of the damage here,
Yeah.
so yeah, that's fair.
yeah.
I got shot by my own teammate.
Oops.
Shoot dirty looks.
Yeah, not our finest moment, but we did it, and I think what the actual crap was that? That's not.
Yeah. What the hell happened? Why did something like that wake up here? Etc.
Etc.
We have several questions that we really would like answered, and I will be requiring a bit of an increase in our pay, for sure.
Such an increase. Yeah.
All right, so after you all straighten yourselves out, you head over to Colette's office, where you're told is Colette's office. The door to Colette's office creaks open. It's furnished simply, albeit covered in almost garish costumes and a chandelier's worth of jewelry. Colette is dressed in her costume, standing behind a chaise lounge. Laying there is Edith, sleeping softly. You all saved not only my theater, but dozens of lives, I'm sure. I can't thank you all enough. It might take some time to figure out what exactly caused that thing to come alive, but I think that night of the attack impacted some of my staff more than I realized. Colette looks at Edith, smiling as she lets her guard down ever so slightly. If I had to guess, the star's run of bad luck has exhausted itself. Only 5-star reviews from here on out.
We can only hope.
I'm mildly upset, but nothing that can't be fixed with free tickets, please.
Okay.
You quiet down.
She's going to pull some script out of her, seemingly out of nowhere, and hand each of you 10 script. But as Maxwell says that, she's going to hesitate to hand you the money and double check. So you prefer tickets over script?
I would like both, please.
She's going to pause to think about it for a moment, and then she's going to push the 10 script towards you again. I think I can probably arrange for all of you to have some tickets for the next show.
Thank you.
I do appreciate it, ma'am, but I think I'd rather grab a bottle of hooch on the way out, if that's all right. I'm Australian now. Don't. Yeah. I think I've had enough of one theater visit for a while.
I'm sure something can be arranged. You should speak to Zane on the way out.
I certainly will. Yeah. And then there's just the matter of the bonus that your colleague, who is thankfully not dead, promised us.
She gave you 10 script, but you were promised 5.
We were promised 10 script, and I had
We
tried
were
to butter
promised
it up
10
to
from the
15.
beginning.
We
You
were.
were
That's
5.
Yeah.
factual falsity. I'm afraid.
I'm
ma'am.
looking. I'm looking.
We're just
Regardless
going
of what
off
the
what
book
we were
says,
told.
you did say 10. Yeah.
Did I say okay? Well, she will I'm curious now. Did I just misspeak?
If this
Or did I
look, if
misremember?
the offer were 5 script, we would have watched that on day 3.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
No, you're right. It was 10 script. Okay. She is going to nod knowingly, and then she's gonna kind of look down at her dress. I have all your addresses. I'll send you the bonus in the mail. It's not a problem.
Out of character, I'm trying to decide whether something I was thinking about would be incredibly inappropriate here.
Shooting her?
Huh?
What?
What was that?
Said shooting her?
No, I was considering if Tui would have the wherewithal to ask her out.
Oh,
I mean,
Do
you
it.
probably wouldn't be the first
Gonna
one today.
Shoot your shot.
No,
then.
I wouldn't be the first one today, so there's no point.
She also knows you work for the guild.
Yeah, there's that,
What?
but that
Star-crossed
could be an
lovers.
advantage, and that could be an advantage in her mind.
Yeah, you're her inside woman.
See, exactly.
look, shoot your shot.
Screw it. I don't suppose I could ask you out to dinner at some point.
She's gonna make a bashful look, like she's gonna put a bashful look on her face, but it looks like it's clearly like a practiced
Yeah,
response because she gets this quite often.
yeah.
Well, that's very flattering, but unfortunately, I'll have to pass. I'm quite busy these days.
I figured that would be the response, and you probably get this a whole lot, so that's fine.
I'm very flattered, nonetheless.
It was an honor to meet you anyway.
It was a pleasure doing business with all of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've had quite a run, Colette. Lovely meeting you. Good luck on your construction career. I hope that goes well.
Oh my god.
She's just gonna look at you like super confused, like what the fuck is this guy even talking about? Because she was not in on the joke.
Please ignore him.
What? She's the one that's in charge.
Ignore
Although
my stupid friend, please.
Of the
Yeah, what-
theater.
the construction of the theater, which it was,
No.
by the way, is over now.
No.
I figured you'd be moving on.
No.
No, the
No,
theater,
the theater
itself.
Oh, that
Upper-
makes so much more sense. Well, good luck with that. Yeah.
I love the idea
I'll
that
be-
he clearly saw her on stage as like the person opening the performance, and
Yeah,
he still didn't
I
put it together.
I thought that was strange. I just figured they were short staffed. That's why they got us here.
They're just
right?
taking construction foremen and putting them on stage for a performance. Weird.
Well, they took us and put us in jobs that we clearly were underqualified for. Like, what else? I thought this was a hack job from the beginning.
Speak for yourself.
I did pretty good on that stitching job. I'm kind of proud of it.
That's true. That's true. Well, consummate professionals. Well, if you ever need us again, Colette, Eclipse Consulting. That's where we're from, and don't hesitate to be a stranger. We will expect that check in the mail, or we will be back. Lovely day. Grabbing a hooch on the way out.
I love that threat. Like, oh, we're gonna smash up your theater. By the way,
No. We're not gonna smash up your theater. We'll just tell the guild you're smuggling soulstones out of it. It's fine. Everything's fine.
We're
know
gonna
that?
tell the guild.
Do we
about
know
I'm
the
not
magic
with this
that we
man.
found here.
I don't
No,
know.
and
I've never
I
met
didn't-
him before in my
I'm
life.
not
Thank you,
saying
Miss
that.
Colette.
I'm not saying that to Colette. I'm just implying it to Colette.
This is the first time we've worked with this man. Just saying.
No. We're old colleagues. No.
No.
They're just no. Lovely day. I'm leaving the office.
It was not my decision to let him be the one who spoke.
let's just go. Let's just go.
Bye.
He's gonna politely
Bye.
sort of usher you out with pleasant, well wishes and waving.
I am gonna like stop before I leave and like offer her my journal and be like, if you wouldn't mind.
He will very happily take the journal and not only sign it, but she'll write a little note to you,
Aw.
thanking you for your help at this opening event, and then sign
Yay.
it in her big fancy signature.
Amazing.
So you all head out,
Yes.
and Kieran secures a bottle of booze. They don't give you the top shelf scotch, but they give you something that is way better than the swill that you're
I don't
drinking.
want the top shelf scotch.
Yeah,
That's
you
not
wouldn't
what
be
I'm
able to
into.
appreciate it anyway, the swine that you are. Within a few days, you each, anyone who's paying attention, I suppose, so maybe some of you don't see this, but anyone who's paying attention reads in a newspaper a review
Oh
of the
no.
opening performance at the Star Theater, and it reads, unsurprisingly, actress and owner Colette Dubois created a monument of amusement for the Star's first night, open after an incident that closed her doors months ago. Service across the board was stellar, and I would not hesitate for a second to recommend the extravaganzas on display. On a particular note, I want to highlight the masterful display of stage combat against a life-size puppet depiction of a Neverborn. My highest accolades to all involved, and I cannot wait to see what else Miss Dubois and her staff have in store. In addition, Tui and Kieran get a letter in the mail with a polite but brief thank you and an extra 5 script. And
Sweet.
Amazing.
And Maxwell and Calliope get a letter in the mail each with an extra 5 script, as well as 2 tickets. So 2 pairs of tickets. You each get 2 tickets to upcoming shows at the Star. And a letter that mentions that if you're ever interested in working at the Star in the future, that you should reach out to Colette.
Oh my.
Calliope panics.
And that is it for One Night at the Star.
Yay.
Yay!
There's a note at the beginning of this adventure that specifically says, this adventure is designed for characters who do not work for the guild.
Well.
Well, here we go.
Amazing.
Huge thank you to the Extremely Cool Kids tier on Patreon, the Steam Powered Scoundrels, Dogmatized, Devin, and the Spilled Paint Pot. And thanks for watching.